I don't think it pays off finally, because we did see Anders against Jafonso, who had no stamina. Anders, I mean, on the 50 minutes, and it didn't matter because you get the subs in. It's 5 of them. You sub every single midfielder and defender, and you're okay. But when I'm playing and I'm attacking, I see a fullback or even center midfield with low stamina. I'm looking for it, because I feel like you can get punished if you're not considered enough with the stamina game.
We are very close to getting back underway with that Levi David Abu Maka game. That's where attention will turn. Two players that would had not only aspirations of top 8 group phase, but Levi David is 3rd last year at the FC Pro World Championships. Abu Maka always seems to be in the latter stages of tournaments.
It's been a back-to-back top 4 for Levi in the World Championship, 24, 25 as well. So we always expect him to at least get into a knockout stage.
And coming into this game, Grav, he was 24th in the table. A draw doesn't really help either player.
No. Especially because you don't want to play on the knockout stage, as we see Sancho with the low driven to make it 5-3. Huge goal for the German player. And I do feel like a draw, just as you were explaining, Richard, doesn't benefit either one of them, because if you get 7 points, you might be through, but you're playing against the top 9, 10, 11.
Yeah, right now, if the table was to finish as it is, you'd play against Alihan.
Good luck with that.
Samu Gamer, Umut, maybe even RVP Legend. If Anders Vergang was to not win his last game, it could be an Anders Vergang in 9th place. So there's huge, huge interest on those last games of the league stage. Let's go back to Levi and Abu Maka in the bottom left corner there. Two players, as we said, not only for themselves, but also their esports organisations that they're representing as well, with real incentive to go on and pick up club championship points in the grander scheme of the Esports World Cup here in Paris. Waiting patiently on the edge of the box, the through ball into a blue shirt, but it will be recycled once again through Abu Maka's midfield. There's Vicky Lopez on the turn, who finds the top corner.
Levi's not confident at all defensively. You can see he's second-guessing himself with trying to go aggressive towards the ball holder. You can see that, of course, Levi has always been, in my opinion, the best player second-man pressing with R1 in this game. But he combines that with being aggressive against the ball holder, and he was too passive, in my opinion.
As we head into this match with Chris de Boer leading, still 7-5 against Danny Pitbull, but Danny Pitbull has made a bit of a resurgence. It is going to be too little too late for the FC Pro Open semi-finalist. That sounded like a roar.
That sounded like PH.
PH Jin. Roar with the frustration. Obrun making a bit of a game of it. 5-4 against Alihan Lyon. And look, Obrun, if he was to win his 2 games, he'd go to 7 points. His last match of the day would be up against Paulo Neto, who is on 6 points. So it feels Obrun has to turn this game around from Alihan Lyon and then go on and win his last game. There's the finesse. Is it going to fall nicely for the Italian? The corner will do.
As we just see the live updates on the right side of your screen, you can see Chris de Boer winning 7-5. And it seems like Danny Pitbull's dreams might be over after this match.
Yeah, unfortunately so. I think there will be
Levi Abu Maka. An update.
2-2. As this was the moment for PH Jin where we heard the roar from over our shoulder here on the stage.
Hewan John knows that's a huge mistake.
Let's go back there if we can. As bottom left corner, Abu Maka Looks like he's not just equalised here, Grav. He's taken the lead.
Another one. And Oberon as well, scoring another goal.
Yeah. As it stands right now, we'll give you an update. 70 minutes, perfect. Thank you very much. You saw there, Neat 5, Red Lac 6. He's hanging on for dear life. PAG in 6-4 against K1 John. Chris de Boer 7. Danny Pitbull 6. Controller has been disconnected. Danny Pitbull's FC Pro World Championship comes to a close. He's got one more game left to play.
Neat has to score. He doesn't want to be eliminated as well.
And that is the full-time result. Impossible for Danny Pitbull to go through. Alongside Adida.
Great defending.
Ball goes long from Red like it's going to come straight back at him. Luka Bacchio into Granit Xhaka. Ousmane Dembele, 2 players in the bottom period of the table right now, fighting for survival here at the FC Pro World Championships.
Dembele.
Chance. It's blocked in off Maldini. It's desperately unlucky for Red Lac. It's 6-6. It's 32nd in the table versus 34th. And a draw does absolutely nothing for either of them.
They both need a win, so we do have 5 minutes left into that match, and neither one of them is happy. As we just jump over to Levy against Abu Maka. What have we missed here, Rich? Abu Maka.
Yeah, we saw the game. I think we saw the equalising goal, and since then, Abu Maka with a quick fire double to go 3-2 up. A little bit more context on that Neat and Red Lac game. Neat on 3 points right now. It would put him on 4, maximum 7, but he does have quite a poor goal difference, -11. Red Lac, he would be on 2 points, maximum potential of 5. He would be eliminated. All the players will play their six games, even if qualification is mathematically impossible. We are in a pause in that Red Lac Neat game. When we can go back there, we will. Do not worry, you're not going to miss any of the action here at the FC Pro World Championships. Abu Maka leading.
Wow.
3-2 against Levy. And this will put Levy in real dangerous waters going into that last game.
Who's he playing against in the last one? Because
Levy,
you know.
Finn. It's still having it in his own hands. Saka drives at the near post. But it's a must-win game. You have to win.
You have to win.
It'd be on 6 points. Chance. Pereiro, edge of the box. Gill once again called into action.
Abu Maka goes for a pause.
Where do we go? You see the games there. Asada Hezers.
Oberon Alihan, 5-5. Oberon needs a win.
Even for Alihan, if he wants to finish top 12, he's on 9 points right now. He'd be going into his last game up against Milka Love with a win putting him on 12. Oberon must win. Will Oberon win? McTominay. Kika Nazareth. What a save from Casillas. Let's go back to Neat and Red Lac. Top red corner right there. 89 minutes on the clock. Red Lac through Pavlovic. We saw a number of players go through the E-Champions League on 7 points with good goal difference. Red Lac's maximum amount of points is 7 if he was to win this game and the next. Is there a winning moment?
Could be.
Jude Bellingham, twisting, turning, can't find the pass, and that will do us. 6-6, and look at the disappointment from both players. They know that 1 point, in the grand scheme of things, simply isn't enough. PH finds another goal, 8-4. He will be pushing his way up that table onto 9 points and comfortably in the top 24, maybe even with a top 8 aspiration.
It could happen on the other side of things. K1 John with just 4 points, and not only that, -10 goal difference. So he has to go forward. He has to score this goal and another one to try to go for these 7 points in the last match of the day, but it's going to be a tough one because he's playing the La Liga Paris champion, Di Fernandez.
Nasada has done the business. 9-3 win against Jesus. That leapfrogs him in the table up to 12 points, and with aspirations of finishing as high as possible to try and get quote-unquote the easiest bracket play matchup in the rankings as you can do. I'm just seeing a full time coming through between Oberon and Alihan. I can see the reaction on our screen here, Grav, from Oberon. He looks pretty devastated.
We just see Oberon devastated, but we're gonna jump over to PH, K1 John, because PH knows job's done, 9 points. And let's see the end of Abumak against Levy.
This game isn't quite make or break, but
no.
It puts huge amounts of pressure on you in that last decisive match.
And this could be it. Saka.
Can Kivior get back? Saka trailing away, but couldn't quite get the trajectory of the strike. This is the table as it stands right now. We're gonna the top 8. You can see how it's starting to take shape. A lot of players on 10 points. Our eyes, Grav, are going to be piercing at that bottom half of the table.
Definitely.
Who has got it all to do?
Great defending by Maldini. And I'm just thinking, Rich, there could be a world in which, in 2 hours,
Here we go.
Levy is out of the FC Pro World Championship.
Emery Yilmaz 7 points, Emes Dosseri 7 points, Jafonso on 6, Virgil on 6, Paolo Neto on 6, Levy, Ilian, Brice, all on 6 and 5, Neat on 4, Oberon on 1. And Oberon's result there coming through at the bottom of your screen look like a draw with him and Alihan.
At the moment, with the current standings, Levy is out of the FC Pro World Championship. He was back-to-back top 4.
1 game left to play. Well, we've got 2 additional minutes.
He has to score.
Ball possession given over. Will Abubakar let Levy have one more attack, or is the goal to seal the game on his mind? Usman Dembele dinked over the goalkeeper. Delicate from Abubakar. 3 points going his way. 10 points will be his total with 5 games played. And Levy with everything to do as we go into the final match.
He is playing against Levy Finn,
who is top of the table.
Rich, I'm speechless at the moment.
Incredible here at the FC Pro World Championships. Every single game is a battle. Abubakar comes out on top against Levy David. 1 game remaining for all 36 competitors. 3 points on the line. Who's going to be going through? Who's going to be going home? We'll find out very soon.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Ginny here with Glitter over at the Korea City Grid, where we have PUBG Battlegrounds. So the second day of finals, a lot of games happening, but what's the update in terms of club championship points and teams that are performing well?
Okay, let's break this down a little bit, because in day 2, it's going to be important heading into day 3, because the point total that is set today will determine where match point ends up being set tomorrow. That's obviously when we're going to crown a winner. However, if we're talking CC side of things, it is absolutely stacked at the top of our leaderboard right now. And let me give you a little bit of a rundown. We have VP in first place, Falcons in second place, defending champs Twisted Minds in third place, Na'Vi in fourth, but they did just get a win, so that'll probably shake it up a little bit, and then Vitality in fifth. That's not counting AGAL, who are very quiet today, but they're still also in this lobby. I mean, there's so many storylines to be following.
That sounds like a lot of updates coming through from your stage tomorrow specifically, because today these teams just have to get as many points as possible.
Absolutely. That's the name of the game. Just get points on the board today, because tomorrow, technically, depending how teams play, they could end in 2 matches. I don't think that's going to happen, but it's going to be crazy for sure.
All right, well, thank you so much for the update. I really appreciate it, Glitter. That's it from us. We're going to keep you guys updated. See you around.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. I have Chris DeBoer with me here on this stage. Chris, a very important win there that you just had up against Danny Pitbull, because you started round 5 in 22nd place, which is very close to that elimination. You have skyrocketed all the way up the standings as well, and you're now in the possibility of getting in that top 8. But talk to me specifically about that Danny match, because that was a must-need win.
It was a really important win. Takes off a lot of pressure in this last day. I knew if I was going to win, I was going to go through at least to the playoff match. And yeah, I was really nervous, to be honest, beforehand. Like one of my most nervous games I've ever played, I think. But I was 4-1 up in 20 minutes, and I felt like, okay, I've got this. But then at the end, I got a bit nervous again, but it was enough. I think I played well. It's a bit weird playing someone who was already on 0 points, because he was. But I tried to keep it out of my head and just play my game. And I did play it quite well, and now I'm through, and yeah.
All right, let's talk about your journey so far here in Paris. You started off day 1 with a big win against Paulinetto, 10 goals in that matchup. From there, it's been a little bit up and down, but how do you feel about your overall performance so far?
I feel really happy, especially after my Champions League campaign. I wasn't playing well, and maybe people doubted me. Now I feel like I showed that I belong here and I play well. And yeah, more to come, I hope.
More to come, because your next game is up against Matías Bonanno, undefeated as well. And so if you want those eyes set on that top 8, you will have to go through him. How are you feeling about that matchup against Bonanno?
Yeah, it's a crazy run from him this far. He won every game. Yeah, I think you should see this game as a game on its own. And I think I got a pretty good chance against him, and we'll see what happens.
All right, Chris, thank you so much. Guys, over at the desk, Matías Bonanno versus Chris DeBoer. That is going to be a banger of a matchup, isn't it?
Looking forward to that one, and a big win for Chris. Has 3 more points and a little bit more comfort, because it's getting tight in the middle. We got Shells and FG to break down everything we just witnessed. 5 matches in the books for every player's 1 match to go. Shells, let's take a look at what we just witnessed. Big surprises?
Yeah, I guess a couple big surprises, but this is where we see the emotions coming. This is why I love this format. Every round, as it increases, you see the emotion from players. Redlac versus Neat. I mean, 6-6. Both of these players fought to the end, and as you can see from the reaction from them both, they was both disappointed. Redlac is unfortunately out of the tournament, but Neat survives, and he still has another chance. But another Oberon against Alien Lion. He fought to the end. Alien Lion, one of the best players, but Oberon will sadly be going home as well.
Alien Lion earning another 3 points. Oberon, is that the surprise for you of this round?
Well, I mean, Alien Lion's been in fantastic form. Unfortunately, Oberon, it's the end of the journey for him, as well as it is with Danny Pitbull from that round. With regards to Neat, his goal difference might be against him a little bit. That point really didn't help him. If he'd got a couple of extra points, he would have been in a much better position. He's on 4 points, minus 10 goal difference, but K1 John is also on the same with a minus 9 goal difference. They're both clinging on, but just about. But the story of the round is Levi David.
Yes.
He is 1 game away from potentially being out. He is being back-to-back top 4 in this competition. He's inevitable for the knockouts. Well, he might not be making it.
Yeah, as you can see the highlights between the Sada and Header. I know most of these players have already gone through to the knockouts, but talking about Levi the Weird, going into the tournament, we've always spoke about Levi. We know how good he is and what he can do, but he's always kind of hidden behind Manu Patrol and Emma Yilmaz. And like I said, he's only 1 game away from missing out on the tournament. But as you can see from the highlights here from that game, Levi the Weird's taking on Abu Maka. Levi started off 1-0 up against Abu Maka, but Abu Maka seems to equalize. But I think Levi, I don't know what it is. He doesn't seem to always click or can't seem to get all the final strings pulled together, but he still has a chance to redeem himself.
What's the age difference between these two, and what's kind of their big level tournament experience?
I think they're quite similar in age, to be honest. No, Abu Maka might be a little bit older, but Levy the Weird has been competing for the last 4 or 5 years, and he's been at the top ever since he came to the team, I believe in 21. But he just hasn't been able to repeat the success as Emre Yilmaz and Manu Bachor in the recent years, but he still has the talent to win it all.
Abu Maka, by the way, Saudi League champion for this season, so he's having a great season himself, and he's in a good position. That game finished 4-2. Levy Davida's got it all to do. That man we just heard from with Casey, he's gone a little bit under the radar a little bit. We haven't probably given him as much credit as he deserves, but he is well within a chance of getting into that top 8. Standing in his way is a man who has a 100% record, Matthias Bonanno.
Allianz Lion on your screen going up against Oberon. This was tight for a while, 5-5 going down to the final minute. A crucial go-ahead goal, and that is another 3 points for Allianz. As we take a look at this one, Neat and Redlock, the two players that could not afford a draw, both facing elimination. What do? Earn 1 point each.
If you look at it, though, Redlock was 4-1 up at one point in this game. So from Neat's perspective, it was a great comeback from him. I think both players were really, really disappointed. Neat going into that game, looking at the position, he needed a win there no matter what, and he didn't get it. I think we might see the end of Neat now pretty much, unless he has a fantastic, fantastic game. He's got PHs in next. Not an easy game at all.
I mean, for Redlock, his commiserations to him as well, and I think being 4-1 up and you let a lead like that and now your tournament's over, it's definitely going to sting for him at home. But the only UK player to make it to the World Championship, he should be proud, but unfortunately his tournament is ended there.
Neat coming through the play-ins, entered this match with 3 points. He will exit the match with 4. He is minus 11 when it comes to that goal differential, as you mentioned, though. As you take a look at the big board, Levy Finn, Bonanno, the 2 perfect players. Nasada earning 3 more over Hezers, a big win there. Hezers is going to fall out of your first group into 9th. Remember, top 8, what do they get? A guaranteed top 16 finish as they get a bye through the opening round.
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at this, and we're looking at that elimination bracket as it stands. Catcher has got a massive game. He's got the Iceman Nicholas next. He's on 6 points, like you see. He really does need a win in that one because it's so tight at the bottom there. There's so many players. Ilian, of course, still in with a chance. Again, another player who will need a win. He's got Abu Maka up next as well. There's so many big games here. I'm making about 5 or 6 people from that elimination zone who could still potentially sneak their way into the knockouts. That's surely where we're going to be focusing.
Yeah, and the thing about this, you can't really call it because I think goal difference will be coming into play because I thought like 7 points will be a safe bet, but nah, I think goal difference is going to be really important. For example, Bryce has to beat Guga. You know, K1 John, his goal difference is poor, so these guys have to win big in their last game.
Let's take a look at the upcoming matches for this next round. We have some big names in action once again. The ones on the elimination fight, we got Kasha, you got to look at Smolk, and of course, you just mentioned him, Bryce or Brees, however you want to pronounce it. The man representing France is sitting at just 5 points. You win here, you jump up to 8 points, and you got to think 8's going to be good enough to go through, right?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you'd think so, but you can't really commit to it. Jafonso's also in action. He's playing RVP Legend. He needs something from that game as well. A lot of players have got a lot on the line here, Shells. From a player's perspective, how hard is it to block out the fact that, I mean, we're saying that we're in the knockouts for the next stage. The beauty of this format, this is essentially a knockout round we're about to watch.
It's a knockout round, and the beauty of the thing is someone else that you're not even thinking of could save you at all times, and your opponent could already be qualified, which kind of gives them a little calming against an advantage against you, whereas you know you feel the pressure, you have to get a result. As you can see, you could give up last-minute goals if you're chasing the lead.
Gentlemen, it's time to tease our Mystery Nation. For those who don't know, you can earn big in-game. All you got to do is watch the broadcast and listen in for the clues. Today's Mystery Nation apparently has hosted one of the loudest clubs in Europe, especially in their home capital.
Yeah, they definitely have. The letter of the country begins with a T, shall we say. Yeah, a couple of former players from Manchester City have gone there recently to that league. Nathan Ake is now playing in that country. Hopefully that helps you a little bit.
That's a lot of good hints there. We got a great matchup. Final question for you: is RVP or is it going to be my man Jafonso moving through? Because only one of them will. 7 points and 6 points.
Yeah, I mean, look, we just don't want to draw in it. So I'm going to sit on the fence completely and not answer that because I don't know the answer to the question.
I will support my Man City teammate in Jafonso, even though RVP is very good and I think he's got a tough task against him. I think Jafonso played well against Anders. I think he's going to do it.
It's time to find out who is getting knocked out before the knockout rounds. We send it over to the casters one more time for round 6.
Thank you so much, Puckett, FG and Shells. Yes, we are into the last round now of the league phase for this year's FC Pro World Championships. There's 36 players technically still in the competition. In, I'd say, about 2 hours' time, Ryan, there will be only 24 left in the competition. 12 will be eliminated here in Paris, and 24 will look ahead to what will be a really difficult, a really exciting, at least for us, knockout bracket.
It's nervy, Brandon, especially for some of these players where they know that their tournament hangs in the balance. They need to win in order to advance. You see some of the matchups there. Kachi is playing against Nicholas. He needs to win the game. Jafonso, again, has to win. He's up against RBP Legend, who can't finish in that top 8, but want to finish at a high seed in that first knockout round.
I was just looking at the history. The best examples we've got is the Champions League the last 2 years. What is the point tally, Ryan, basically, that's going to get you a top 8? As far as we've seen, 12 points previously has been enough with goal difference in your favour.
Yeah.
This year, I believe there was 7 players, all on 12 points, and it was goal difference that sent 2 players into the top 8. So, for example, players like Nicholas in this round, Mani Bashore, Guga Faraz, if they start well, as Schmork has here, by the way, what a start. 2-0 in 7 minutes against Umit. You could be in the top 8 this round, done.
Yeah, for me, before the tournament started, I said it would be 8 points, or 7 points, sorry, a good goal difference to get into the top 24. To get in the top 8, I said 12 points, again, with good goal difference. It remains to be seen if that will come true, but what's happening right now in this game is that you've got Smork, who's pretty much eliminated unless everything goes in his favour, which is, I just don't see it happening. And you've got Umut, who, again, if he wins, it'll put him on 11 points. Don't know if it's enough. He needs other results to go in his favour, but to be starting 2-0 down, he'll be devastated with.
We're looking across the board here, Ryan, of who desperately needs a win for a chance to change their fortunes in regards to a top 24. You've got to say Brees. Brees against Guga Faraz. Brees is on 5 points. Guga's on 10. Catcher's on 6. Nicholas is on 10 as well. These are the players that you don't want to match up against in the last round of action. That's a brilliant through ball into Bukayo Saka now as Umit looks to try and pull a goal back in this game, and it's done one by Schmork. I mean, this is unpredictable from him. I mean, we came in today, Umit was unbeaten. He might be on for 2 defeats in a row right now.
Yeah, he would have been expecting to get into that top 8, especially after the first 2 days of action. I think one thing that's very difficult, that is understated, is sometimes when you're playing against somebody who knows that they're basically out, or out in the case of, let's say, Oberon, Adida, Danny Pitt, but they're rock bottom of the group stage. When you play against them in that final round, the pressure's off of them and it's all mounted on you. You have to win. You need to have the initiative. They don't want to end the tournament on a low point. They want to get points on the board. This is Guga Faraz, currently 1-1 against Brees, who also needs to win. You mentioned Brees having the representation there for team vitality as Umut gets a goal back.
Yeah, Umit gets a goal back, and that's a 2-1 lead over in that game for Guga Faraz. He could be on a really convincing 13 points. He'll be going through to the round of 16 in his first ever FC Pro World Championships. Right, let's pause from this game if we can. Let's go somewhere else if we've got the ability to do so. Should we check in with Nicholas briefly if we can? He's up against Catcher, 7 minutes into it. Very close to finding his first opening goal. Wins a corner. What can we see from the Iceman here, competing in his 9th World Championship? It sounds crazy to say that he's never won a World Championship. The closest he came was all that time ago, back in Denmark, that 0-0 grand final on a penalty shootout where Umit became champion. Speaking of World Champion, here's one right now, Mani Bashore.
I love that pass he does all the time. It feels like it's a Team Liquid thing, and that is a perfect example of it there in this game. For Kachu, takes the lead against Nicholas. As we said, Kachu coming into this game 26th place on 6 points. So he needs to win this game. A draw, I don't think it's enough. His goal difference is -3. So I think it wouldn't be enough on 7 points, -3 goal difference to push him in. A win would do wonders for him.
Nicholas! Just why. Well, coming into this tournament, Ryan, it was Italy that had the most representation, so to say. Unfortunately, 3 players are very close to already being eliminated. Oberon, Danny Pitbull gone. And if Schmork doesn't win this game against Umit, you can rightly so that he'll also be eliminated.
I even think
from
if
the
he
competition.
Wins, I just still don't see it being enough.
I mean, yeah, you're right. The goal difference swing,
and
especially when you've got Levy and Paolo Neto right on 6 points.
Yeah.
They're not technically through yet.
Nah, it's a difficult one. I think it is. Unfortunately, tournament over. You never know. Crazy things have happened, but you just would need every single thing to work in your favour, and the odds are just firmly stacked against him.
Well, if we can, let's go somewhere else and give you an update from Where shall we go? Let's check in quickly with RVP legend against Jafonso in the right bottom corner. Let's check into that one.
It's a crucial one as well, Brandon, for Jafonso. I know we mentioned it before, but he has to win this game.
Well, RVP's on 7 points, Ryan. Jafonso's on 6. That's the live standings on your left now. We'll keep you up to date with how that unfolds and the fantastic team behind the scenes that will continuously have to update that with every goal that goes in. Remember, this round 6 is split up into 3 parts. There's 36 players, 6 games per part of the rounds. Only 12 players can play at once, which makes this quite difficult, Ryan, because you could do your job, but you might have to wait another round and a half to understand where you're going to be in that top 24.
I think that's the scary thing. As a player, if you could probably pick, I was saying I'd want to play last, like the last round of the round 6 fixtures, just because you know what you kind of need to do.
I was saying
the goal difference, etc. as well.
I was saying this to Richard as well, Ryan, sorry, that you can't start thinking about, oh, I want to play this person in the knockout.
Oh, no.
You've just got to get in there, haven't you?
Yeah. The aim in this competition here isn't to worry about who you're playing in the first stage of knockouts. The aim is getting there. Once you get there, the dream can begin, because you're not touching this. You're in the conversation of being the potential world champion, but yeah, it doesn't matter whether you're 24th or 11th.
Claudio Pina now off the post. Jafonso coming so close from that free kick to doubling his lead. He still might be able to do so now, as he takes the time to try and angle up a potential shot. Player locks into Ousmane Dembele, then falls to Pina, who will cleverly disguise the finish. Casillas' toe gets in the way. And there will be another corner for the 2024 Esports World Cup champion.
I like the idea from Jafonso, where he was taking the touches to areas that I would say are the least obvious ones when you're defending for RVP Legend, where you know that if you turn, you get the angle. It's not going to be a favourable position to score, but they still can go in.
Right, let's jump somewhere else then, give you another update of what's going on. Should we check back in with Guga Faraz, if possible? He has just scored again in his game against Greece. 3-1 he leads. I don't think enough's been said about it, Ryan. How impressed have you been by the Brazilian?
Very, very good. Me and Chelsea, again, we had a conversation before the tournament started. We spoke about the way he plays and the way how he's able to be involved in matches, and especially in a group stage where there are draws, etc. We had made comments in previous tournaments where it feels as if he draws so many games. FC Pro Open, the E-Champions League, but in this format, draws are okay. But he hasn't even been doing that. He's been getting the wins on board, and if he wins this, top 8 is the least he deserves.
I mean, my question to you would be, I mean, everyone, and rightly so, is going around the basis of this man is the youngest player in the competition out of the 36, and I'm sure we won't hear the end of that. But when you're that young and you haven't experienced any bad moments in World Championships, Ryan, there is an element there of an advantage that mentally you are so positive and you're kind of fearless.
And also the fact that he's experienced adversity in other tournaments early on in his career. In terms of the Portuguese League this season, he would have had expectation to win it, losing out in the final to Lex. E-Champions League, just missing out narrowly in that top 8. FC Pro Open didn't have the greatest tournament. So those little things, they add up as the season progresses. What's a key thing is being in those positions to contend against the other top players.
Chance here for Brees, needs to score. Calm, that's a save on the post. But me and Richard were saying about it, how much FC he's played this year at the right moments is also crucial. Yeah. Atlanta, FC Pro Open, E-Champions League, Liga Portugal, the play-ins, and now here at the World Championships, and the Libertadores. He's played everywhere that he possibly could this season.
And he's peaking at the right time. That's the key moments for him. You see a lot of players, even Manu last year, no one really said on paper this is the player that they expect to win the World Championship. But as the season went on, he picked up the wins. He had a slow start to the FC Pro Open as well. Peaking at the right time is an understated value to have as a player.
Well, Brees coming close to finding a goal back in the game. If it wasn't for Gio off the post, he might try and rework this one. It's defended well. Right, let's check in with another game if we can. Let's quickly go back to Umit Schmolk. That's about to go into half-time, but we've got to speak about the scoreline of this game. 6-2. I mean, Umit was great on day 1 and 2. I know we weren't in action yesterday, but what we're seeing here today from Umit, it's a very different performance, Ryan.
And it's one that he'll be so upset with again. As a player, you know, when you're in that position, unbeaten, going into the 3rd set of group stage games, you kind of think like you're going to get the top 8. Because you're already secure, in my opinion, into that top 24. So the pressure, in a way, is off a little bit. But in this game, to be 6-2 down against somebody who's basically eliminated is an awful position to be in.
Nicholas still hunting for a goal back in the game, that one. Unable to make it through. An update here, we have got an equaliser from Samu Gamer, who is currently on 9 points. I mean, look, he could get himself on the cusp of a top 8 here, Ryan. Wins his game, 12 points. If he can get a few goals, who knows what can happen. I mean, Adida, he might be on his way out, but go out with a smile on your face here. I mean, if he can go and get a result, which he might be on to do so, against the 2-time world champion, how on earth is this happening?
But this is what I'm saying, Brandon, and I said at the start, is that it's very difficult. Is that onside? That could be goal number 2. Big save there for Nicholas. It's the pressure of playing somebody that's already out and has nothing to play for when you need to win. And there's a thing there, I'm telling you. Kachi is another player as well. If he advances through on 9 points, going into that knockout stage, he's somebody you really want to avoid. He's a tough opponent to play. I played against him many times, whether it's 1v1, 2v2 tournaments across the years. Nightmare player, because when he gets going, it's like a flashbang. He could be 3-0 up in no time.
I know there's been a couple of results that you may not have expected, but you have to remember that he's one of the best 36 players in the world, and every player has a story of how they made it here. Absolutely incredible.
Good defending.
Let's see this attack coming from Catcher. And then I'm thinking, let's go back, if we can, to against Schmolk if we get the chance. That was a goal back for Manu, but then he did go and concede a 4th against Adida. As we join it live now, 8-2, Ryan. He knows 2 things here, Schmolk. He needs to win, and he needs to score goals.
You're right about the goal difference part. And who knows?
I've just looked, though, he's got a -10 goal difference.
Yeah, and again, I don't want to be the person to just kill the vibe here. I just don't see how it's enough.
Brian, but everybody else above him have all got minus goal differences.
The thing is, though, it's the fact if he wins, he's on 6 points. You've got all those players that are in and around the 6-point mark already, or 5 points, that still have to play.
You need Chris de Boer to lose.
Yep.
You need PH in to lose, Virgil to lose, Levy David to lose, Paolo Neto. Catcher is currently beating Nicholas.
Ilian, Marwan, Breeze.
And you need them to concede goals.
Exactly. So it's not that it's impossible, but for every single box of that to be ticked and you to also win by a large margin, you know what? If he does it, fair play, because right now, double digits before the 60th minute against Umut is crazy. You just wonder, like, where was it before, Brandon? This is the issue.
This is ridiculous.
I'm being hypocritical because I understand it as a player. It's a tough one when you're in these last rounds and you know. Yeah, it's very difficult for Smoke here.
Well, the most goals that have been scored by a single player was 12 in one game, and that was RVP legend against Neat in round 4 of the competition.
Great ball.
Schmolk might be on to beat that record. Here's Sama. Parajuelo looking to twist and turn around the box and send Samu Gamer into all sorts of trouble. We've got a half-time. Catcher is 1-0 up against Nicholas in that game. Guga in the second half, he is 4-1 up, and Samu Gamer gets a goal back.
I think there was a mistake there quite a few times, especially with the player switching and then also bringing the keeper out in that position, because it's not going to be quick enough to close the angle. It's possible. I think jump back over to the Umut game here, who needs goals. If he's going to spark any sort of cover or goal difference, could be a big difference on who he's going to play. Gets a goal back. Maybe that just sums up the day for Umut right there, Brandon.
What is the mentality like in this moment, Ryan? Because if you were playing this tournament right now and I said, you're going to lose your first 3 rounds, but you're going to win and draw your last 2 rounds and you're going to pick up a bit of momentum. You'd rather that, wouldn't you, than be on the side of Umit?
As in, would I be on 7 points then, you mean, if I win that
You would still be going through in the top 24.
Okay. Oh, yeah, if that case, absolutely.
Versus Umit here, who's on 8 points, I believe, but he's lost his last... Well, looking to lose his last 2 games, going into the knockouts. And we haven't got... You're not going home. You're not going back tomorrow.
Yeah.
You're playing again in an hour.
That's a very difficult position to be in mentally. However, we're talking about a previous world champion, so he knows what it takes to deal with adversity. He's had those moments where his back's against the wall. He has to perform in a group stage format. And when he's somebody that we know has come so close, so many years. Wow.
A world champion response. And he needed that, didn't he, Ryan? He was trailing by 2 goals on 2 different occasions. Why it's important, you ask? He played this very format in the E-Champions League, and he just missed out on the top 8 on goal difference. He had to go the long way round. This time, it's in his hands, and so might be the top 8.
Could be a pivotal moment. So could this for Nicholas.
Is he defending well, or is he just getting fortunate with some of these blocks, Ryan, that we're seeing?
Hearing the drums going on. Who's that for? Is that...
How nice is it as well, Ryan, to see Vinicius Jr. in the side for Nicholas?
Oh, great.
We never really get to see him, do we?
Incredible player, Vinny, on this game and in real life. He's just so good going forward. So is Samu Gamer, 3-3 against Luke. Important. Puts him as it stands on 10 points. What a finish. Catcher as well into that top corner. And the celebration from the Italian, because he knows he has to win to keep his tournament alive.
Well, I was speaking earlier to Venny yesterday, in fact. He said the Milka Love game was the game that we had on paper that we were going to win, ideally. That did not go to plan, did it?
Nope, not at all. But he's able to win this, though. That game is in the past. You forget all about it.
And it's also in Nicholas's hands at the moment to also lock in the top 8. As you can see, Nicholas out the top 8. Manu Bashir, he's in the top 8. Sorry, Nicholas could be out the top 8. 10 points, I don't think will be enough.
I don't think it'll be enough. Again, you're relying on all those other players that... Nah, no way. With 9 and 10 points to draw or lose every game, I just don't see it.
12 points is the lucky number. 12 points and a good goal swing. Extra pass is beautiful. Xhaka. Manu, is this where he starts to pull away?
You'd expect so. It'll give him a lot of confidence and sort of calmness as well, because when you're in that position, a lot of people will know when you're expected to win a game and you have to win, especially when you start off slow. Now he's up by 2 goals. You'd expect him to put a foot down and gradually pull away.
Let's jump back then. Umit Schmalk, remember the storyline there. Umit is already in the top 24. But if Schmalk wins, he could be on 6 points and he could have a healthy goal difference. It was looking better, but it's still a +6 goal difference at the moment, Ryan.
It's something. And who knows, I said, this could be something that you look back on and think, you know, I'm really happy that I went for it, because that's the difference to help me get into that top 24.
Player lock. Didn't really work out. We've got an update also. If we can get a replay, we'll hold for it. But, oh my, Schmalk, what are you doing?
Oh, dear, oh, dear.
What a big goal that could be to concede from just that. But the update I wanted to give you, if we can get a replay, catcher against Nicholas. First, we've got this one for you.
Wow. That puts Jafonso out as it stands. That is crazy. And you can see the frustration as well.
Jafonso's on 6 points. That would put RVP Legend on 10. Most definitely in the top 24.
There's so many big hitters in and amongst that 9th to 13th spot, which is scary. Jafonso.
He's not gone yet, Ryan.
Big goal. Had to respond quickly.
Believe it or not, a draw for them two would actually...
I think it's okay. It's not bad based on the goal difference, because Jafonso's goal difference coming into this game was a +6, which would be the best out of the players on 7 points. So it's not terrible, but I think to secure it, you'd want to ideally get a win.
You'd also want to get yourself a little bit higher up the league standings, Ryan, because it goes without saying. Hang on a minute, captured 2, Nicholas Neal, as we mentioned. That was the goal. What reaction? I mean, if you ask me, has Catcher got a better chance of beating Milka Love or Nicholas? I think we all would have said Milka Love. He is 3-0 up in that game. And this is the form that you want to pick up, because next up today is the knockout stages.
Oh, I thought he had him with that pass. He's gone the other way.
Luca Bacchio off the
What a
post.
save that is. What?
Some of these saves, Ryan. How is the keeper getting a toe on it?
Goodness. Wow.
Nicholas has got a goal back, we're hearing. That's only 3-1 now.
Lucky for Jafonso there. He's ended up winning the ball because he jumped in and he could have been punished. Bottom side of your screen. Can't get enough space.
I mean, Ryan, where do you want to look? We are into the closing stages of all the games. This is the goal back for Nicholas. As we hear, there's been another goal that's gone in. RVP legends. He's 4-3 up. This is the closing stage for a few of these players' tournaments. Where do we go next? We're going to pause on this game. Shall we check in with Manu Bashore if we can, against Adida, the world champion? He leads, but at one point it wasn't this plain sailing for him. He was actually trailing by 2 goals, not once, but on 2 different occasions in the game. 11-7. That goal difference is slipping away from Small Conso's tournament. Do stay with us. There's a lot to understand here in Paris, but it's the top 24 players in this league phase that go through to the next stage of the competition. If you finish 25th to 36th, you are out. I'd like to say from here, Ryan, Manu looks pretty comfortable.
Stranger things have happened, Brandon. You never know, but I do expect him to see this out, and I think he'd be looking at goal difference as the clock ticks on, because you'd expect Adida just to push forward. But this game, Jafonso has to score to keep his tournament alive.
Well, if we can, Samu Gamer against Luke Weideveld. Samu Gamer's just scored a 91st minute equaliser. What could have been for Lou Weideveld? He could have actually swapped places. Sorry, 6-5. I'll calm down. I thought that was an equaliser. It's a 6-5 win for Lou Weideveld. That is huge for him. Sorry, they will swap places. Luke will be on 10 points, and Samu Gamer will be on 9. He's not won a game today, Ryan.
Yeah, not won a game since his 3rd match, which is the context around that is he was 9 points from a possible 9. He's lost 3 on the bounce. All he had to do was win 1 out of those last 3 games, and he would have got a top 8 spot. So you can see what it does to the table. It puts Samu Gamer currently 14th, and you'd expect him to drop a few more places afterwards as well, because there's a few more matches to go.
Absolutely. Just to confirm, both of those players are most definitely going through to the knockout stages. Jafonso, big chance. Adam Walton, there's the overlap. Salmo's the angle there. There's another save from the keeper, and it will be a corner.
I can't believe he didn't play that pass down the middle. Can't believe it.
Kika Nazareth plays short. Salmo, will she look to try and finesse it in or rework it round the box for a potential angle to finesse it in?
Need something here, Brandon.
Arajuelo, Kika, Luca Bacchio, Shahanoglu looking to manoeuvre around in such a small area. That's the chance for Musiala.
Wow.
It's a block from Pacho. Full-time result. That might be the end of Jafonso's tournament. But it won't be for RVP legend. There's the celebration. He's most definitely into the knockouts. But we're not done yet, Ryan. Let's jump somewhere else. Wow, Nicholas.
No way.
He was 3-0 down. He might be on for a comeback.
These are the moments as a player, if you're Katia, you're nervous because you know your goal difference isn't great. You need to win. It's offside.
In this moment, Ryan, can you feel that momentum against you? You can feel the Iceman, and you can also feel that you've gone from 3-0 up in such a confident position.
Your knees knocking against each other as well, because you know that you don't want to give it away, especially being in such a strong position against somebody as good as Nicholas. Because you know that there's going to be a time, you're not going to dominate the whole game against Nicholas. There's going to be moments where you need to make it count. And it felt like he did. So for Nicholas to turn this around so well, Yeah, it's scary for Katja right now.
But where's this one going to end up?
Another goal would help drastically to ease those nerves. I'm nervous for him, I'll be honest.
A lot of you in the chat want updates on Brees. I don't think you want an update on Brees, I'll be honest, because he's not in a great position. He is still trailing, and by quite a few goals against Guga Faraz. Chance, Nicholas! It might be his 9th World Championship, but there's still ice in those veins. 3-3. Well, well, well. If we've learned one thing following this e-sport, you don't count out the Iceman.
No way. He can go on and win this, you know. He's going to trigger quite a few runs going forward. Look at the players he has. Vinny.
Surely not, Nicola. Surely not. Oh my, look at the panic at the back.
That's what I'm saying. I told you, the knees are knocking. You're nervous. Katja, I'm telling you, you can throw up right now. I feel sick for him.
10 minutes left, by the way. Guga Faraz 8-3. He leads against Brees.
What a win that is as well.
And the only game that is currently left that is in a pause is Manu against Adida. 3 games have a full-time result from this first part of our final round. Nicholas is hunting for a match winner. He's hunting for a place in the final 8. A win certainly would do it for him. He'd be on 13 points.
Pass. Got away with one Katja there. I think Benny would just be telling him, just keep your cool, try your best just to take time and build a proper attack.
Well, a point for Katja, you'd probably say would be enough, right? 7.
It's just the goal difference. He'd be at the bottom end of those people with 7 points.
What a turnaround, by the way. Manu Bashoure, 7-5 winner. We can confirm he will be in the top 8. 13 points will be quite some number to try and beat.
He really could do it again, Brandon, you know. I'm talking about winning the whole thing.
We've got to jump games if we can. There's a full-time result there. Let's go and finish Nicholas against Katja. Congratulations to Manu. Full-time there. Let's go to it now if we can. Nicholas against Katja. Nicholas is on the hump.
No way.
Adding time of 1 minute.
No way. Ref.
Was there a pull? There was.
Oh, it's...
But what can happen from here, Ryan?
Nicholas loves a free kick if you know him. He might go for goal, you know.
Is he going to shoot from it?
He's that type of guy that just goes for goal and scores.
Çalhanoğlu for Nicholas. Shoots, scores! Nicholas at the death! Might just be on his way to the knockout stages in the FC Pro World Championships. Unbelievable. I know free kicks go in, Ryan, but I didn't know they went in from that kind of angle.
And me and Rich always say, when you're in shooting range, power up that shot. That is dark for Katja. Was it 3-0?
3-0, Katja was leading. We thought he was on his way to the knockouts. Nicholas said no.
Wow. That's devastating, I'll be honest. That is...
Well, the headline news is this so far. Nicholas is on 13 points. Manu's on 13 points. And there's someone else who's still in a game at the moment who might be joining them. And he's only 17 years of age from Brazil. He goes by the name of Guga Faraz.
The other side of things, though, Brandon, Team Vitality and Brees eliminated in the group stage. He was runner-up last year. I know we had to go through a different route this year, a harder task, because he didn't get the success through the regular season. Wow.
Full-time result there. 3 players on 13 points. They will join the 2 top players in this league phase in Levi Finn and Matthias Bonanno. The top 8 is looking nearly concluded, but there's still more action to come here in Paris. Don't go anywhere. The league phase continues after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by Play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind. And we're here. Now. The proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming. Shoulder to shoulder with the world's best. Making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
Here over at the Lenovo Legion Gauntlet, we have some MLBB action, and Chris is joining us to really hammer home how important this one is for Liquid to be able to get some points, because they're currently sitting on 0 points in total.
They are, but we were just having a conversation in the sense that you win one game and you are back into it. I mean, look, that's easier said than done when it comes down to EWC. The competition is very, very stiff. But MLBB still could be that game for Liquid. At this moment in time, they are in a stage where playing GSL, so you got to win 2 before you lose 2. They've already lost 1 in their very first game. They have to win back-to-back games. Their first one coming up, I was doing my pick'ems this morning on the EWC website. It was a look at that plug. The 95% win coming, 95% chance win coming through for them. So you would expect them to be able to take it absolutely. But still 2 games you got to win. The pressure starts to come on when you lose that first game. They could still go on and win the tournament from here, but they would have liked a more comfortable start than they had.
Yeah, this is definitely a very crucial week for Liquid, so we're going to keep you guys updated. I'll be coming back later today to see how they've performed. That's it from us from now, though. We'll see you around.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm joined on the stage by Luke, who had a very important game up against Samo Gamer end-to-end. Talk me through that last game because it was a must-needed win for you.
Yeah, it was much needed for me to go through to the knockouts. Yeah, Samo Gamer obviously a really good player, so it was a tough match. But at the end, I scored 1 goal more than him, so yeah, I win, and very happy.
Now, you're currently sitting 10th in the standings. Things could move around because we do have another round to go. But I have to ask, after day 1, you were sitting on 0 points. So what happened? How did you turn it around? Because you definitely did.
Yeah, all year long I play 4-1-4-1, so with the CDM and the 2 center mids, and it didn't work for me, just like in ECL, where I didn't score that many goals, but I also didn't concede many. But here the level is, in my opinion, higher than the ECL. So I switched to 4-4-1-1 just to turn things around, to just attack a bit more, and that paid off, I think. So yeah, I'm really happy how it goes right now.
All right, well, whatever you did, it absolutely worked because it's looking like you are going through to those knockouts. But what is your mindset? Doesn't it change at all going from league phase into knockouts? Because it is a bit of a different competition starting in a couple hours.
Yeah, obviously every loss is now killing. But I'm still unbeaten in 4-4-1-1. So let's see now. I'm just seeing the next games, and then we will see what comes. And hopefully I will win.
All right, well, knockouts right around the corner. Thank you so much to Luke. Everyone over at the desk, 4-4-1-1, are we adding that into our repertoire? Because it obviously has done a very good job for him.
I'm taking notes. Well done on the adjustment here in the final day of the league play. And FG, you are all smiles. Is that because it's time to crush some dreams?
Oh, I'm not smiling at that. I do like it, though. I do like the key crushing. But can we just take a moment to just discuss how well that man who's just spoken to Casey has done? Like she said, he lost both his games on day one. It's amazing, this format, how it offers another opportunities for players. He's through to the knockouts. We're going to see him in action a little bit later on.
Now, I really embarrassed myself. I called Luke Levy, and ever since I did, he's been playing like our top spotted player. Just saying. May have cursed him in the right direction. Let's take a look here at our updated numbers. As you can see, Manu is going to take the final win over Adida. That is a 7-5, which is brutal because Adida, despite already being knocked out, played his heart out. The man was up 3-1 at one point in that game.
Yeah, of course, unfortunately for Adida, his tournament has come to an end. But I guess you want to end on a high. You did make it to your first World Championship, so there's something to be proud of. He's taken home $10,000, which is still a good prize money, but he wanted to try beat the world #1 because you can carry that confidence into next season.
We talked about the Jafonso matchup. Is the loss going to cost him his spot in the bracket?
Well, we say that because we were sat here and we were stood here, so we were speaking about it last minute. Nicholas gets a free kick. That goal has changed a lot for Jafonso. It's still not in his hands, of course.
Yeah.
He's played all of his games now. We've seen it all happen. But what a goal by Nicholas. On the other side, from Catcher, that could be pretty detrimental to him. I think that means that he is out of the competition. We're waiting to confirm that when we see the league standards in a minute. But Jafonso now, he needs to watch this next round of fixtures, and he needs to hope results go his way. Now, if you put yourself in that position, it's out of your hands. It's not ideal, Shells, but he's still in there. He's 22nd, as you can see. So Catcher is outside of the top 24.
Keep in mind, he has the same amount of points as Gotcha, Levy, and Smolk, right? All at 6. So it could come down to the goal differential of the final players.
But Catcher is not playing again now. He is out. That goal, Shells, from Nicholas, the Iceman, the last kick of the game. Ryan Pessoa said it on commentary. He is scary from set pieces. Well, I'll tell you what, Catcher's having nightmares because he's been knocked out because of it.
And he was leading, but once again, we see Nicholas coming back once again, showing his composure, and he's found another win. As soon as that free kick and I saw it was dead ball with Kalahonyu, I knew this could be a goal, and that has unfortunately put Catcher out the run for his money. But Jafonso, like you said, still has a chance. And these players on 6 points, their goal difference is keeping them in for now.
Players on the far right side still to go in the next round. We're going to see Marwan up to bat. Are we going to see an opportunity for him to have an epic final day of action, FG?
He's got a massive game, but unfortunately he's playing Nasada. I mean, 6th place at the minute, 12 points. He's been in absolutely fantastic form, one of the best attacking players in the scene as we roll through the highlights. This game had it all, Shells. It always goes down to the last kick of the game in this format. This is another great advert for this format.
Yeah, I mean, this format is just great. But once again, I'm going to give praise to Nicholas. He started the tournament off slow, but he seems to always fight. And when you play at FC this year as well, when your opponent has a 2 or 3 goal lead, it feels like it might just be too far reach. But for Nicholas, he's found his way to claw a 3-point victory once again. And it just shows his Iceman, he's coming to win it all this year.
Yeah, absolutely. And who else but Manu Bashore? Unbelievable. But like you said, Puckett, Adida played his part. Unfortunately, he's out of the competition. We hope to see him again on the big stage. He definitely fought his heart out. He's 3-1 up, like Puckett said. But Manu Bashore does what Manu Bashore does. He finds a way no matter what, and we will be seeing him later on.
Yeah, once again, good sportsmanship from Adida because it's quite hard to play your last game, even though the tournament is kind of over. But he still tried his best, unfortunately, going home against Manu Bachor. But this game gets Smoke against Uma. I guess this is a big result from Smoke because I expected Uma to take the 3 points there, and it's still giving him a chance to go through. But Uma done the job in the earlier rounds, and that's a great thing about the format. You can kind of save yourself.
Look how many goals Smolk put up as well. That is going to be massive when it comes to the tiebreakers. That will be done at the end of this round. We still have 2 more sessions to go. Luke, does he make it through? Was it enough points? He seems confident.
Yeah, he's there. I mean, Luke found a way. Like we said, he lost his first 2 games in this format, and it can be a little bit of a slog when you've not got any points on the board. He's come out the other end of it. He played really well against Samu Gamer, who's also played really well throughout this.
9-point start for Samu.
Yeah.
0 for 3 on the way back.
And that's the funny thing. Things can change very quickly. And of course, we got to play the knockout games today. So if Samu Gamer doesn't seem to change things quickly, he could be going home early. After the first day 1 and day 2, we thought Samu Gamer might be one of the favorites. But this man right here, Guga Ferez, his first season at the World Championship, knocking out the last year's runner-up. This is a statement from Guga. And I think the way how he's playing in this tournament so far, maybe he's showing that he can compete for the trophy.
Guga already had double digits coming into this game. On the other side, you controlled your destiny if you were Brees, the local hero. Unfortunately, not able to get it done. And same can be said for Jafonso, Man City star player, going to fall at the hands of RVP legend, who's had his ups and downs, holds on in a strong way.
Yeah, he's done his job, and congratulations to RVP legend. He's another player who'll be very happy with where he's at. He's in the knockouts. Jafonso, on the other hand, you can see what it means to him. In that, to be in that position, I tell you what, we were shocked at that Nicholas free kick. There might have just been a little bit of a fist bump from Jafonso because he has been given an added lifeline by Nicholas there.
36 players entered the tournament. 24 will survive at the end of the day. Unfortunately for this man, his end has come a little bit earlier than expected. Let's go to the Key Crush Live. There is a look at Adidas Key. Manu given the honors as the returning EWC champion, is the first to crush one.
Yeah, this is a bit heartbreaking. So I'm very fortunate enough. I haven't really experienced this before, getting my key crushed, but just to solidify that you being out of the tournament.
Did you just smirk at him?
I would be doing the same thing. If I beat someone out, I would be smirking as well. But to see my key getting crushed, I'll be devastated.
A bit of added motivation for Manu. He's not only crushing the key, he has an opportunity, if he does win the tournament, or whoever does, to take, I think, 3 parts of other people's keys. I mean, Manu's done it before, and Shells, do you remember whose key he took?
I mean, I think everyone will be putting Anders in their trophy if they could, because he just causes a lot of drama.
Oh,
and he is the number 1 player in the world, but I wouldn't be surprised.
I was worried he just bent it, but that is a full-on smash, break, and shatter. Our first key destroyed here at the hands of the returning champ.
I absolutely love to see it, you know. I mean, I think the key concept here that they have at EWC is incredible. It adds to so much drama, and it also sort of makes it real that you've been eliminated. Once that sound goes and it crushes the key, it is all over. And unfortunately for a few players, it already is all over.
Any surprise to see that an American was the first one knocked out of a competition?
You know what my biggest surprise is today? Puckett so far has actually predicted every single player he thinks is going out. So before we started everything off camera, we were like, Puckett, name us your 12. You'll get a present from us if you do it, but you're actually like four down.
I'm crushing it right now. I'm crushing it right now. I'm told we got to get to an interview. Guga has scored 13 points, and he's on the floor with Case.
Right, guys, I'm with Guga Faraz, who is currently sitting 13th in the standings right now on 7 points. Guga, you have an up and down, pretty much competition so far, but how are we feeling going to the last day of the league phase?
Really confident today. We have more 2 games, so I think I'm going to win both games, so let's do each.
Now, top 8 is very, very important. What needs?
I mean, if I win both games, I have a lot of opportunity to be in the top 8, so that's my objective today.
Well, fun fact for everyone back home, but you're actually the youngest player in the competition by 6 days. Is that on your mind at all, being the youngest player here at all?
It's nice. Really exciting in the first days, but I played a lot of competition this year, so I have a lot of experience, and I win now more experience to the more years, so really happy with this.
All right, Guga, well, I wish you the best of luck. I'll let you get back to it.
A confident finish to his run here in the league portion of the competition, but we have a huge bracket in front of us. Guga's moving through. The question is with which seed? And you have to think he's going to have a pretty easy first round. You take a look at this next one, though. It is not an easy fight between the 2 men in the top left. Shells, both sitting at 7 points entering this competition, just on that bubble of making it into the top 24.
And this is where it's unpredictable, because goal difference can come into play. Yes, they're sitting on 7 points, which is quite comfortable, but everyone else has still got a couple games to play, and things can fall very quickly. But Emma Yilmaz and Dosari will want to clinch it up right here.
I don't know really what to say about these fixtures, so I'm not going to. I'm going to speak about the Mystery Nation instead. A little bit of a clue. This team in the 2002 World Cup, the nation finished 3rd, I believe it was, if that helps anybody.
That's a high finish.
I'll look out in the chat and see if anyone's got it, but I mean, I think we've given quite a few clues now.
A lot of Call of Duty pros fly there for hair plugs. Some of them earlier than they wanted to.
Teeth as well, maybe.
Teeth, some veneers. Yeah, you can get some work done over there. Shout out to our Mystery Nation. Best of luck to everyone trying to score with players from that nation. competition. For now, we got to get into the 5th round here as we get into 5 of 6. Let's go to you guys, casters, this camera.
Thank you, Puckett. Yes, we are getting closer, aren't we, to our final 24. And that top 8 is looking stacked. And I'm sure we're looking even more stacked across the next 2 rounds. Of course, we've still got 12 more games, 6 at this part of the round and 6 to conclude the game. Brandon Smith and Jaime Alvarez, you'll know better as Gravison taking you through this one. Grav, I mean, we've just saw one hell of a round. Nicholas, you loved it in the back room. What a performance from him. He looks very much like he's going to be in the top 8.
He's so clutch. I mean, I did think Kacha was going to take it, especially after the first half, but then it went on and on and on. And when that free kick happened, you're talking about the Iceman, you knew it was going in. Just knew. And that's the thing with Nicholas. It feels like this might be the year for him. Or finally win the World Championship. Could you imagine? Do you think he will be the GOAT?
Well, the joke was that he'd win the World Championship and retire on the spot. But I'll be honest, I think the money's probably too good.
It is.
Especially when you've got $250,000 on the line if you are to be this year's World Champion, FC Pro World Champion. I mean, look, this is the lay of the land across all of the games. Allian Lyon has had a fantastic tournament. He's leading by a goal still. Might be on for a second goal here. Remember, he did pick up that win against Anders Vergang a few days back. He's on 12 points. You have to say even a draw for him should be enough to go into the top 8.
As we see the replay coming in. First goal from Alihan. He's going forward to try to score a second.
A lot of love for MS Tassari as well, because he's on 7 points at the moment, but there is rumours already saying this could be his final time that we see MS Tassari, maybe at a World Championship, let alone an esports FC tournament. I mean, for him, it'd be great to see him into the knockouts with the love that he's got with Team Falcons. But Milka Love, by the way, is certainly not looking like the lowest ranked player in the competition, because he's on 9 points. As it stands, he's already going into the top 24, Grav. But a win here, who knows?
I mean, do you think you could make it into the top?
I mean, I'm just looking here at the potentials for a player that could squeeze in on that 8th spot and potentially with 12 points. I'll be honest, you're looking at the goal differences of PH and Anders Vergang, as Milka Love has just scored a second in that game. A pause comes in from Allian Lyon. We'll leave these two in their pause for a second. Shall we check in with Mr. Sari against Emre Yilmaz? These two have played only twice before. There's Desari. Will lead by a goal to nil. There is just a group of Team Falcon fans and members trying to spear Desari on into a top 24, but back to the point. The last 2 times these two players matched, it was actually once this year in Atlanta. They played in the group stage on the qualifier to the FC Pro Open, where Emre Yilmaz won that game. And it was back in 2023 before they matched in the playoffs. It was the defeat against Emre Yilmaz that actually stopped MS Desari from qualifying to that World Championship. You wouldn't believe it, but this is the first time Desari's been at a World Championship since 2019.
Since 2019?
Of course, he was the winner in 2018, wasn't he?
He was. Runner-up in 2019 as well. I mean,
it's one of those though, Grav. You could win a World Championship, and you could do nothing else in your career, but you still have aura. You still have that World Championship feel. You're a World Champion. No one can take it away from you.
I hope, I'm praying to the FC gods that MS Desari doesn't retire after, or at least plays another World Championship, because I'm his biggest fan, to be fair. I love him so much. He's done so much for the sport as well.
By the way, Anders Vergang is in front 3-2 in 17 minutes in that game. But Danny Pitbull might be on 0 points. He might be out of the tournament, but he's giving him a right good game, isn't he?
He is. And that's a match that we've seen quite a few times already throughout the years. And to be fair, Danny has beaten Anders a couple of times, so he can go over for the third.
Here's Usman Dembele. There's the finesse, and it's over the bar. I mean, where do you want to go, Grav? Because I'll be honest, we've got a couple of games here where our eyes are going to be peeled. To check in with Anders against Danny Pitbull for a bit, because there's been another 2 goals in that game since we left it. There's been 7 goals in 27 minutes. Let's check into it if we can. The non-bomb ranked player in the world, Anders, against Danny Pitbull. As it stands, Anders is on 9 points. He's got a +9 goal difference. But is it the case that defending's just out the window for Anders? Or because he concedes a lot of goals, he goes through again, scores.
Just, I mean, no, for Anders. I mean, he was dangerous enough, but now he player locks. What's going on, Brandon? I mean, he didn't need to player lock to win the ECL, to win the World Championship, to win FC Pro, to win pretty much everything. But now he's player locking. Who's going to stop him?
One of the craziest parts about Anders, right, is that, oh my days, what a game this is, by the way. Graf, why can neither player defend? Or are they just that good at attacking?
I think they're that good at attacking at the moment. I mean, that goal from Danny Pitbull was crazy good. He's on for the 10th.
Oh my days, surely not 5-5. Luca Pacchio goes for the chip. Another day that goes in from Danny Pitbull. What are we seeing Danny Pitbull here? Play with no pressure on his shoulders because he knows he's already out.
I do think he doesn't want to leave the tournament with 0 points. Just as we see the Falcon teams celebrating something.
Shall we jump back? MS Dasari against Emre Yilmaz. By the looks of it, MS Dasari has scored again in that game. 2-1 he leads against Emre Yilmaz.
And Emre Yilmaz, who's now on 7 points. I do think even if he loses, he'll go through, but this has been a disappointment from Emre Yilmaz. Especially with the way he plays on the league stage, usually.
Well, he had to go back to Atlanta to get his spot in the FC Pro Open, didn't he?
Yes, and he could be it.
Chance.
Third.
Finesse, Bellingham! Dasari! He's 3-1 up against the two-time Champions League winner. And suddenly, in our arena here in Paris, we're just starting to get a bit of noise, aren't we, Graf? Fans of Team Vitality, fans of Team Falcons. There are important club championship points on the line. A quick update from the other games, though. Naturally, unfortunately, we haven't given these too much love, but you've got PH Jin Neat. That's a 1-1 scoreline. Remember, PH Jin's on 9 points. He's also got a very good goal difference. He could win that. He could be on 12. That was the replay of the Bellingham goal to make it 3-1 to MS Dasari. But aside of that, Nasada's winning 4-2 against Marwan. Milkalov is now losing to Alian Lion 4-3. And a bigger update for you. Let's go there now. Ilian Bushi. Can we check in if possible? Against Abu Makar. Coming into this, Ilian Bushi, 5 points to his name. Abu Makar on 10. Grav, what are we seeing over there?
That's the thing with playing in Paris. You can get the love from the Team Vitality fans, and you can get, when you're fighting for your life, you turn up and you perform. 4-0 for Ilian Bushi.
Ilian Bushi playing in his first World Championships. Oh my, it's Danny Pitbull. 6-5 up. I'm sorry to the producers because I keep jumping around, but I can't help it. There's so many good games taking place. Ilian Bushi is falling up, and let's see this attack go in. And let's jump back to Anders Vergang. What are we witnessing here? 6-5, 11 goals, and it's not even half-time yet. And this is Danny Pitbull, who is 35th in the league standings. 5 games played, 5 defeats, conceded 37, a -17 goal difference against Anders Vergang. Look, we know Danny Pitbull's quality. We know the level that he can produce on a good day. This hasn't been a good tournament for him, but he is pushing Anders.
He is indeed. He's trusting the second man press a bit too much, especially if you're playing against Anders. You gotta be aggressive with the player switching, with the aggression with the centre backs. He's trusting the second man press a bit too much at the moment. But I do think Anders could be through to make a comeback if Danny P does.
I reckon this is going to be all square at half-time.
Yes.
Yeah, it is.
Does look like it. Danny Pitbull is being too passive at the moment. Just as we see the Team Vitality players going crazy on stage, and the Team Vitality fans going crazy as well, Brandon. Anders is dancing as well.
Does someone want to have a wild guess, by the way, of what that full-time score is going to be between Anders and Danny Pitbull? It was 6-6 at half-time. MS Dasari, by the way, where have you pulled this level out from before? We've only seen him this year in the Saudi Pro League, where he, of course, he came second and runner-up to Abu Makka. I'm sure you can hear the drums home as well. It's just about 10 yards behind us, Grav. They are doing all they can to push Ilian Bushi on, but since we left him, he's conceded 2 goals. He's only 4-2 up now. Half-time, Masada 5, Marwan 2. Masada's looking to be on 15 points of his goal-scoring form. He might actually be top of the table.
He might, which would be a surprise. Not because of the quality of the player he is, but because he lost early on against Levi Finn, so that'll be a surprise on my books, but let's see what happens.
Keep in mind, Bonanno and Levi Finn still do have to play in that final round as Ilian Bushi will try and finesse away in. They are back underway. Anders and Danny Pitbull. That's where a lot of you at home want to follow that game. He, of course, is the talk of the competition. And believe it or not, he has lost 2 games since being here in Paris. Ilian Bushi now looking to unlock the door, another finesse. And we'll leave these 2 at a half-time. Let's go somewhere else. Let's check back in. Where do you want to go, Grab? We've got Anders or we've got MS Dasari?
I would like to go to the Anders game, if possible, because I see things happening in there. 6-6, and Anders on the offense.
For those wondering as well, we are playing knockouts today. We missed a day of action yesterday. We couldn't actually play any of our games here in Paris, so it's a double header, you could argue, today. What a through ball that is. Can he get round the goalkeeper, Salma? She very nearly was able to get it around the goalkeeper. 6-6 this one. Anders on the hunt for a 7th. De Jong into Luca Bacchio. You knew that was going to be a goal as soon as it touched his foot.
He was too passive on the defense, Danny. That's the reason why he's on 0 points at the moment, unfortunately. He's been too passive on the defense with the second man press, with everything, really. And as we can see, MS Dasari, is he on for a 5th?
He is indeed, Grav, and that's not even a half-time. Emre Yilmaz, he needs to know that he's got knockouts to play. If he's lucky enough to get there, which I think he could just be, but if his goal difference swing, it's not going to be on his side. But I think 7 points would be enough to send you through. Maybe one person might squeeze through on 6, but you need a really strong goal difference on your side. He's got to be thinking about that in the back of his mind.
For sure. You're thinking about that when you're playing. Just as much as you're thinking about the drums as well, probably, Brandon.
Dembele, lovely pass. Luca Bacchio, 7-7. Well, let's quickly check in if we can, Grav. Sorry, to a couple of games that we haven't seen at all. PH in against Neat if we can. Let's jump over there, give it a little bit of love, and then we'll go to Milka Love after. Right, over here, 2-2 so far. The story for these 2 players, Grav. PH in, he's on 9. And I believe Neat is...
It's currently on 4, so with this draw, he'll be on 5. He needs a win.
He's on a -11 goal difference, isn't he? Speaking of which, he is 3-2 down, unfortunately. Right, let's leave them to it. Let's go back over to Alien Line Milka Love. Let's jump over there if we can. Alien Line Milka Love. We kicked off with that game. Milka Love, the lowest ranked player in the tournament.
Just as we see Neat attacking on the wing, he needs to push through, because it would be disappointment for him to get out on the league stage. On the other side, PH, even though he gets a win, he'll be on 12 points. It might not be enough, because I'm thinking could be a possibility in which you need 13 points to make it into the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, 13 points for a top 8, 7 for a top 24. Ali Line has just scored again by the looks of it. He's up against Milka Love over here. And he's on for 15 points as well, Graf. 5-3, he leads.
It's a massive result for Hallihan. I mean, 15 points out of 18. That's some performance. And he's been knocking on the door for a while now. In the ECL, in the Virtual Bundesliga as well. And this might be his chance of showing the World Championship that the next gen is here, ready to compete for the biggest titles.
Well, I've got some bad news. If you're a Team Vitality fan or you're a fan of Ilian Bushi, he was falling up in that game. It's 4-4. Abu Maka is using that drum to some kind of advantage as Ali Line has just got a 6th. Let's jump back to Anders Vergang, Danny Pitbull. This was the goal that we just missed, 8-7. The 2024 world champion is leading, and he got another. He's on the cusp of double digits, sorry. The man who's won everything this year. Can he get a world championship?
As we just jump over to the Anders Danny Pitbull match. Do you think this could be enough for Anders to make it into the top 8 with 12 points? But he has to wait for other results as well.
Well, this would give him 12 points, Grav, and a plus 11 goal difference as it stands. He's got a plus 9 coming into this game, so he could look to add on to that. But Danny Pitbull might have a thing to say about that. What is that from Danny Pitbull? Hello. Right, 9-7 here for Anders. One game that we haven't really looked at all is Nasada against Marwan. Why that's important? Because Nasada could go top of the league phase. And we could join it at a perfect time because there might be a penalty in this game. If we can get to it now. Nasada Marwan. We'll let you know how that penalty went when we get there.
As we just see this replay, you were mentioning how the Team Vitality fans were disappointed because Ilian conceded the 5th, just as Anders scores the 10th one.
Are you telling me that Ilian Bushi was 4-0 up in that game and he's 5-4 down?
Yes.
How?
It's Ilian Bushi for you. He can play at his best, but back in FC 24, trying to qualify for the World Championship, he did lose a huge match against Anders Bergen at Atlanta, and then in FC 25, playing in the League finals, he was leading the game and still lost to qualify as well. So that's Ilian Bushi for you. He can, of course, play at his best, but sometimes the pressure gets to him.
Can we go to Nasada if we can get over there if possible? This was the penalty we missed. He has scored 7. 3 Nasada leads now. Coming into this game, Grav, he had a very strong goal difference of plus 11. He's got another 4 goals to add on to that tally. A plus 15, that will send him top for now on 15 points. But keep in mind that Levy Finn and Bonanno are still in action. That's a really clever pass back from Danny. That's going to be 10-8 now. They're in a pause. MS Dasari, Emre Yilmaz, they're in a pause as it stands.
And it seems like the groups are shaping up for 13 points to be enough to make it into a top 8.
Where do you want to go? Where do we want to go here? Because we have got some crazy last 20 in-game minutes. So Alien Line, he's also going to be on 15 points. Alien Line, before a ball was kicked, had a plus 9 goal difference. 4 more on top of that, plus 13. Suddenly, the top 8 is starting to look not just stats, but full of goals and points. You've got a handful of players, all on 15 points each. Playing headers and volleys here for Ousmane Dembele. There's one back.
I'm sure Alihan and the Red Bull Leipzig fans are going to be happy with his performance.
Where should we go, Grav?
I think we should go to Abu Maka against Ilian.
Abu Bakr Ilian Bushi, if we can. 4-0. Ilian was leading. He needed this win. He was only on 5 points. 8 could have been a number to send him through to the top 24. And then he ran into Abu Maka, who has scored 6 goals since being 4-0 down. What a reaction.
This is a huge one because at the moment, of course, Ilian is out of the competition, but Abu Maka just squeezes into the top 8 with the result. And of course, that would make Anders drop out of the top 8.
He would be stealing his spot by a point, but also a goal difference of +5. Remember, there are still 6 more games to come after this one, and that is the end of the round concluded. The top 24 go through. The top 8 of that 24 skip around. They go into the round of 16. And it will be a battle. By the way, we've got a full-time result. Our first one of the round. Anders 10, Danny Pitbull 8. That's the first game of the round to conclude. Shall we go and see the final stages of moments, if we can, with MS Dasari against Emre Yilmaz. We know these ads. An interesting season. We saw him at Atlanta, the start of the FC26 Pro season. We saw him, of course, in Saudi, in the FC Pro Partnered League. But I tell you what, this might be one of his results of the season so far, Grav.
Definitely. I mean, playing against Emre Yilmaz, scoring 6 goals and conceding just 1. The king of the jungle is back officially.
There's just something about a world championship. And MS Dasari turning up. Big smiles from the 2018 world champion. But for Emre Yilmaz, that's a defeat to come at the worst time possible, because up next he's got Knockout FC to play. He's only on 7 points as well, by the way, Emre Yilmaz.
7 points and a pretty bad goal difference now with these results as well.
He's going to have, I mean, he had a +1 goal difference before this game. He's got a -4 goal difference for Emre.
He needs some goals.
A +4 for Dasari now, and a -4 for Emre.
It is devastating for Team Liquid. Just as we see the replay coming in, Alihan making it 9-4. Where should we jump to? Is it Alihan, Milkolov? Alihan still dominating the game. He's fighting for the top 1 position for the league stage, and I'm sure the Red Bull Leipzig fans they have to be extremely happy with his performance, because he's playing perfect FC at the moment.
10-5. For Alihan Lyon, what a performance this has been from him.
Ooh!
Neat!
Hold on. He's on 7 points now.
The one thing that he doesn't have on his side, though, is goal difference, Grav. It's a -10 goal difference still for Nick. He might be on 7 points, but it would not be enough. Full time. That game is over now. I thought it was already done, but it's not. Okay, right, it is now. 10-9. Anders did win that game in the end. I thought they'd just put the controllers down. Nice to see Danny Pitbull with a smile on his face. Not a world championship to remember for him.
We see Need holding the ball. This could be a devastating result for the likes of Kacha and players on 6 points, because this would mean they will drop out of the competition.
Again, I know we are trying to paint the story for you at home of who's going through, and if not, I would say, honestly, just wait until after the next round of games, because that is going to change again.
Yes.
The top 8, the top 24, the goal difference, the players just outside the top 24. Who knows who might pull back into the race. But we will be playing the round of 24 and the round of 16 today. We will not stop here in Paris until there are 8 players left. From 36 down to 8 in one day. We have a full-time result. Nasada 10, Marwan 5. That's Nasada on a very convincing 15 points, Grav, as Neat looks to get another one here.
That's really... I think we should talk about Nasada, because he did lose against Levi Finn, and we all thought he was gonna... Ooh! Guardi scoring the goal for PH to drop Neat out of the competition.
4-4. Abu Maka running away through it as well.
Hold on.
Abu Maka, this has been unbelievable from you.
Just look at the live updates. That's 4 players on 15 points at the moment.
Look at those scores. Full time, Anders 10, Danny Pitbull 9, Nasada 10, Marwan 5, full time there, Rally Line 12. I think that's the most goals we've seen alongside RVP Legend in a single game here in Paris. Neat against PH, of course, is now 4-4. Abu Maka 7, Ilian 5. We're watching that now. And MS Dasari's just scored goal number 7, by the way. He is 7-3 up against Emre Yilmaz.
Just as we see Ilian making it 6-7. And we can see the Team Vitality fans going crazy because they know 2 goals are needed for Ilian to qualify.
A few people in the chat watching as well, Grav, saying about wanting to watch individual games. You can if there are. If you've been watching, of course, across on the multiple broadcasts that are on offer, that is the goal to maybe win it there for Abu Maka. For a second, I thought Ilian Bushi was going to get it back, but to my point I was saying, there's a beat stream, a CD, a C and a D stream. Here are the FC Pro World Championships. Of course, you can join Onset, Gaskin, Mike LaBelle. They'll be taking you through each of those streams. If you want to follow a game in a little bit more closely, I know we've been jumping around, but there is so much action to try and squeeze into one single broadcast. Oh. Ilian Bushi. 8-7. But even if he does get a point, Grav, it'll only be 6.
It's not enough, unfortunately. He needs a win.
Two minutes of added time left. We've got 3 games left as it stands. We've got PH in 4, Neat 4. You keep an eye on that, Grab, on the right-hand side of the screen. We'll close out this one first. Abu Maka 8, Ilian Bushi 7. We're also into the last 3 minutes between MS Dasari and Emre Yilmaz, but there's a 4-goal gap on that one. MS Dasari is most definitely going to be picking up 3 points there. Right, last chance of the game for Abu Maka. We're looking to just try and take the time out of this game that he needs to. But there could be a big match winner in the right corner of the screen. Tears for Ilian Bushi. He knows that that is the end of his FC Pro World Championships. This is much more than just a competition. The dream for him getting to this stage of the tournament. Unfortunately, that will be the end of the road for the Algerian. Grav, what's happened?
It's just scored a goal to qualify for the knockout stage.
Well, let's jump there now. Neat PH in. There was drama in the play-ins against Tex when he qualified for the World Championships on penalties. Let's jump over if we can. Full-time result. Neat snatches 3 points off PH in. He prays. Is that enough? He doesn't know yet. The one thing he's not got on his side is goal difference. He's on 7 points. Yes, 7 points might be enough, but a -10 goal swing might not be. PH on the other hand is lucky. He is going to be going through. He's definitely in the knockouts, yes. But he won't be in the top 8, I'll tell you that. Unbelievable next round of action there. But it's all on this one. 6 more games, 6 final games to close out the league phase here in Paris. It's up next. You do not want to miss this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Right, guys, I am so happy to be joined by Rami Lueso. He's honestly an online expert. He's covering every single one of our leagues across the world. If you guys have a question about FC Esports, this is the guy to ask it. So, Rami, you've been covering this event here in Paris, which is absolutely fantastic. Talk to me about your time here in Paris so far.
Okay, I'm so happy for being here. You know how I work on socials. You can follow me, Rami Lueso FC there. I'm covering every tournament, and as I say, I'm so happy for being here. I'm enjoying a lot the tournament, the really good matches that we are having.
All right, let's talk specifically about the tournament. Who has surprised you? Maybe you thought that they would do better and they haven't necessarily met that mark.
Okay, I would say like this is a tournament with the most amount of Italian players qualified, and some of them perhaps aren't performing, so I have to say them. Sorry for them, but I expected more from the Italian players perhaps.
All right, on the opposite note, who has impressed you the most in the competition?
Well, you know, we're in round 5, and we have Levi Fim from Germany and Matias Bonanno from Argentina. Like, they are unbeaten, so it's crazy to perform in that way here in the big stage, so I have to mention them, of course.
Absolutely. Now, last question. I'm going to put you on the spot here. Who is winning the FC Pro World Championships?
Okay, that's a really tough question. I don't know if I can say a name. You know, I'm from Argentina. So I would say Matias Bonanno or Nicolas Naina FC, but I think every player could lift that trophy, so let's see what happens.
Absolutely. All right, Rami, thank you so much. Your coverage has been absolutely fantastic. I'll let you get back to it. Thanks. Welcome back, everyone. I'm joined by MS Dasari. That was a very important game. I know everyone in the crowd was just saying you got your revenge on Emre Yilmaz from the FC Pro Open, but how are you feeling because you needed that win to stay alive in the competition?
I miss this feeling a lot. I think I missed competing very badly, to be honest. I know what I'm capable of. Emre is a great player. He went from Pro Open, from a knockout game against me in extra time to the all way to the second against Anders. So I know what I'm capable of. I think now after groups is over, I would say warm-up is done. And now it's about character, personality. And the past 2 World Cups I've played, this was first and second. So I think nobody had a high chance of podium finishes above me.
Absolutely. You love to see it. No, it's interesting. It's interesting because you're going through to those knockouts as well. You needed that win. There's a chance that you could be crushing Emre's key as well. And so that's a very fun one. I know getting that revenge. Is crushing a key mean a lot to you at the end of the day?
Crushing every liquid key means a lot for Falcons.
All right, he loves to crush a liquid key. And I do have to ask you about the club championship as well for Team Falcons. You're a player and your points are going into that point total. And so does that mean a lot to you as all of these wins are helping you at the end of the day for your club?
Yeah, I mean, I was talking to Neo, which is the founder of Vitality, and we're very good friends. He was just congratulating me on being able to play in the World Cup. And I was saying I want to be the guy who earned points for his team, to be like, I think I would be the first in history to be as a CEO founder who even gets points for his team. So I think that would be fun. I know what I'm capable of. Beating Emre, which is top 2, makes me obviously knows what my level, and I'm just looking forward.
All right, Mr. Story, I'll let you get back to it because more games are on the horizon for you here today. But guys, over at the desk, he loves to crush the Team Liquid keys. What are we thinking about that?
We love that call out because if you were joining us earlier in the club championships, Falcons were currently at 10th place. Liquid, well, they're down in 30th place, and Liquid so far is not going to get points from the man they were kind of banking on. He was their highest ranked player coming in. Emery is now out. FG Shells, how big of a loss is this to Liquid?
I mean, he's not quite out, I don't think.
I think there's a little chance.
There is still a little chance, but it's out of his hands completely.
Okay. So he's at 7 points?
We saw the celebrations from Neat right at the end to score a winner. Massive winner against P8 Zin. But just looking at the table, Emre is on the same points, but has better goal difference. So, a bit of an interesting one. Was that celebration in vain from Neat? I hope not for his sake. Let's take a look at the highlights. This was the game between Anders Vergang and Danny Pitbull. Anders Vergang, and I mean, they both played really, really well in this game. There was a lot of goals in this. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't really change much for Danny Pitbull.
I did want to say great commentary from Brandon on this one, calling out the fact that Danny came in bottom of the leaderboard.
Yeah.
Very bottom, 0 points, has nothing to play for. It's going nearly double digits.
Yeah, it shows the sportsmanship from him and Adida. You know, both these players didn't have the greatest tournament that they expected to have, but they wanted to give it the end, and you want to end the season high, and you don't want to just be a bad sportsmanship and throw the game away. But unlucky to Danny Pitbull, who gave Anders a run for his money. Milka Love losing to Alian Lion, who's just completely showing his dominance, and Ilian against Abu Maka. This was a tough one because I thought Ilian had it. Listen,
right, 3-0 start again.
This is a crazy bottle from Ilian, and I know he's such an emotional player. This one will be so frustrating for him because he was so close to having a chance to make it to the knockouts, and to give up a 4-0 lead, that is going to be heartbreaking.
Ilian controlled his own destiny. He entered that match with 5 points. He goes away with 0. How big of a loss is this for him, FG?
Yeah, I mean, he's out. Like you said, we're going to see his key get crushed, and that is confirmed. Ilian is no longer in the tournament. It's a massive blow for him and a massive blow for his fans here in Paris. Remember, he's representing Paris Saint-Germain. They would have brought a lot of fans here to that main stage. That game between Nasada, I mean, Nasada just was fantastic in this game. Attacking, he's been so impressive. There was a lot of goals in that one. Not the result Marwan would have wanted.
Yeah, Marwan, he nearly had a chance to redeem himself, but unfortunately it was a little bit too late. And you can see the last-minute winner from there from Neat. That's helped him to give him a chance to make it to the round, to the knockouts round. That's a big result.
Let's just talk about what we're seeing here right now. We spoke about Jafonso earlier on. He's now dropped down to 23rd. He still has to get through one more round. In action in this next round, Levi David, massive story. He's going up against Levi Finn, who has the opportunity to go 100% in the league stage, whilst also knocking out a back-to-back semi-finalist in this competition in Levi David. We've also got Virgil fighting for a place. Paolo Neto's got another game as well. K1 John has got a game against D Fernandez. Taking a look at that, there are a lot of players who could be moving around, and there could be some players finding themselves eliminated without even playing.
So if you're Jafonso right now, you're trying to avoid a win from Levi David. You're trying to avoid a win from Paulo Neto. K1 John, and Virgil, of course, is right behind you right now.
Yeah.
As a player, I would be terrified. I don't know if I could watch the game because my butterflies would be running my stomach. But Jafonso has given himself a chance. That's all he needs.
And, of course, for most of those players, just a single draw would put them above Jafonso as well. It's going to get spicy here in the final round. FG, any final thoughts on what we're about to see here as we close out league play?
I mean, the massive story is Levi David. We would never have expected him to be in this position. We're used to him getting in the knockouts. He's been back-to-back semi-finalists in this competition. He could be going out. We need a huge performance from him against the man who has not lost. He's got a 100% record. He's been perfect.
It looks like Emery, for now, is safe. But the man who is not, well, it's Ilian, and his key is about to be crushed. Let's take a look at the action. Gels, walk me through this moment, because this is brutal for the guy who's going home, and a great feeling for the man pushing the lever.
Yeah, I mean, for Abu Maka, he would not be angry at all. What a beautiful key that is, by the way. But for Ilian, it's definitely heartbreaking.
He's smiling. He's smiling.
Who wouldn't be smiling? Listen, FG, if I had your key on the day, I'll be smiling. I have the biggest smile on my face. But I think for Ilian, it was just a heartbreaking loss, and you try all year to, you work so hard, and he was in a great position, 4-0 up. But unfortunately, Abu Maka, I mean, he's just showing his key with he's giggling as well.
Yeah, he's enjoying every moment of that, and rightly so, because I was just thinking if I had Shell's key, I'd be laughing all throughout as well.
But you'll never beat me, so that will never happen.
Yeah,
so.
well, we'll never find out, will we? Listen, one thing's for certain, Abu Maka, Saudi League champion this year. How far do you think he can go in this tournament?
I think everyone in this competition can win it. And Abu Maka, with the Saudi support, you can see Dossary having the fans. I'm sure if Dossary and they was playing against each other, I wouldn't want to see what happens. But Abu Maka, he's a great player. He burst into the World Cup Championship a few years ago and done well there. He can win it.
Shout out to our usher, by the way, just kind of pushing around the dust at the end of that key crush. The keys are absolutely getting shattered here at FC, and we have plenty more keys to go. Final round coming up here in just a few moments. If you have star players to look at, Shells, who do you expect to move through, and who has a chance to move into our top 8?
I mean, it's definitely between eyes on the Levy the Weird versus Levy Finn game and the K1 John D. Fernandez game. I mean, Levy Finn has been superb. I'm not surprised that he's not going to show his level, but Levy the Weird, I'm a big fan of him, but he has to win this game if he wants to go through. Of course, Karim is back, has a chance to go through as well. If he beats Virgil, after just seeing his teammate get eliminated in the round before, I'm sure he wants to try to redeem it for the
And Paulo Neto at 6 points playing against Oberon, who's had a terrible tournament. Is that the best chance?
He has, but Oberon also is the type of person to not want to just sit down and lose this game. He will not want to end this tournament with another defeat. It's been well below his standards, well below the standards we're used to seeing of Oberon. I think that's a game to keep an eye on. I could really see Oberon getting his first win there.
I mean, we even saw it with Adida and Danny Pitbull. They're fighting to the last breath. So I think Oberon will be doing the same. And it's Paulo Neto, he still has a job to do.
Redlock in a similar position going up against Hezers, who is playing for a spot in the top 8. It is going to get spicy. It's going to come down to goal differential. If you're looking for one player to lead this group, this lobby that we're about to have here on the stage, who's been the flashiest of our stars in this league, Shells?
Ooh, I'll probably say Levy Finn. I think Levy Finn, the goals that he's been scoring as well, I like the dribbling. He's got his kind of own distinctive play style going forward. I think I'm a big fan of Levy Finn.
Matthias Bonanno as well, by the way, has been fantastic. We haven't even touched on him right now, but he's been absolutely flawless as well as Levy Finn. That Levy Finn game is going to be quite special.
We're going to see both of those players in your top 8. They're already at 15 points guaranteed. Here's a look, though, at a man who is walking home with 0. The #1 ranked player in the world going up against Danny Pitbull for his final match. And Danny put up a great fight. It was nearly a 20-goal game. At the end, it's the Falcon walking away with a smile on his face.
Yeah, Anders, this won't be the last time we'll be seeing him smile, that's for sure. He just loves this type of stuff. And of course, the more players he can eliminate, the more keys he can crush. And listen, if he gets his hand on the trophy at the end, we're not going to see him stop smiling for
Did he have to get a little help there? Did the usher do the official crushing for him, FG?
I mean, listen, one thing's for certain, they are not easy to crush. So that machine's doing a great job. It is just a shame to see such a beautiful item get smashed to pieces. I wish I could
Can I get a little
keep it
piece
how
of
it
that?
is. Just a little piece of it would be perfect. We absolutely love the EWC and what they do here. This is such an amazing feature. It adds a little bit of an edge. Maybe some future way to sort of motivate Danny Pitbull, knowing that Anders Vergang crushed his key in Paris.
Now, production, is that it for the key crushes? Do we have more going down? Because I feel like we still got to do a little bit more math before we officially send players packing. Shells, this is the final fight for a lot of people, for others like Jafonso sitting in the seats watching this match. Have you ever been in this position? Where you are waiting for others' results to find out if you move on or not?
Yes, our good teammate and behind the scenes caster, Ryan Pessoa. We had a Club World Cup tournament where 2v2. We're hoping on another team to get results, and we lost on penalty shootouts. We watched the team win on penalty shootouts. It was heartbreaking.
Oh.
But at the end of the day, all you need is a chance. And as a fan, listen, the butterflies in the stomach, you can't recreate.
Do you speak to the person who has your destiny in their hands, or do you just leave them to it? Like, what would your approach be in this situation? For example, if you're Jafonso and you can't do anything, is there any... I mean, Jafonso in the position, he has to do the rounds today. He has to speak to a couple of players.
I think it's maybe depending who it is. If it's a close friend of mine, I think I wouldn't want to put too much pressure on them. Maybe if it's someone like a hitter that maybe from, an Obron, for example, I'm going to Obron. I'm saying, please, brother, I'll do anything for you.
I do think we are getting another key crushed very soon. I can see potentially, I think that's Nasada over there.
If Nasada will be destroying Marwan's key. I think that will be it.
Marwan with a very tough loss entered that match with 5 points. Could have moved into your top 24 instead. Nasada with a great finish to his final day of league play action is moving in to our top 10. For now, the question is, will he stay in the top 8? celebrating with this key crush.
Yeah, I think with Nasada, I thought we was talking about him a lot on day 1 and day 2, and now he's slowly going under the radar, but you see other players start to shine. But I think it was Nasada. He is one of the favorites in this competition.
Yeah.
He's been one of the favorites all year. As soon as I knew he was in the Pro Open, I said he could win it. That's how good Nasada is. And if he's playing at his game, he can give anyone a run for his money.
We're in such an amazing position here because like we keep mentioning, we've got so many players, but genuinely anybody, once we get to the knockout stages, could win this tournament. We are in incredible surroundings right now where we might be looking at someone like Emre Yilmaz, Levi David not even making it. And that is just showing the quality of what we've got here in Paris, Puckett. I mean, your predictions, they're going quite well so
Pretty
far,
good.
but I know you definitely didn't predict Levi David to be in the bottom 12.
Sorry, my guy. For now, we got to jump into the game to find out, is Levi moving on, or will it just be his teammates fighting for their lives in the knockout bracket? Let's go into the casters.
Cheers, guys. Yeah, we're actually underway while keys were getting crushed. Games were kicking off. Hezzers and Redlac in action. It's 1-1 at the moment. We've got Crimley's back and Virgil. They're underway. 7 minutes in, 0-0. Oberon and Paolo Neto 0-0 at the moment. Bonanno 1-1 against Chris de Boer. And Levi Finn and Levi David just about to kick off as we wait for our final game, which will see Paolo Neto in action. We've also got K1 John in action against D. Fernandez. Right, so we've been crunching the numbers.
Yep.
We are pretty sure that Emre Yilmaz will be safe.
Yeah, we had to clear things up. I know there's a bit of deliberation and a bit of maths going on, but Emre Yilmaz can't be eliminated. The reason is because the players below him, the 3 that could overtake him, or the 4, I should say, with D. Fernandez, Virgil, Paolo Neto, Levi David. You remember, K1 John's up against D. Fernandez.
Correct. So,
it can't...
One person's going to go in, one person's going to drop out.
So it will swap. The worst Emre Yilmaz can finish is 24th. And if he does, imagine that game potentially against Anders.
As it stands right now, Anders is 9th, so that would be a first game. The big players on the bubble, as the guys at the desk were talking about, Virgil, Paolo Neto, Lev David. It's in their hands. If they win, they go in. If they lose, they could be in trouble. Who would have thought we were talking about Levi David in this situation before we kicked off? Top 3rd last year, top 4 the year before.
He would have been in my prediction for top 8.
Absolutely.
I'm just saying that now. I'm honest. I'll be honest. He would have been in there. It's a shock. But the fact that it's coming down to this game where Levi Finn will know he's able to potentially knock out one of the big hitters, somebody that's...
A rival as well. A rival in terms of someone who you would expect to be there on Championship Sunday.
That's why you'd be extra motivated in this game. Even though Levi Finn's mathematically secured, he wants to make sure Levi David will play no further part in this year's finals, and he started off really, really well.
Yeah, unfortunately for Levi, he's in that position where it must be points. It must be points for him to qualify through. A draw makes it really tight. I mean, it probably wouldn't be enough as he equalises up there against Levi Finn. It has to be a win for Levi.
A win guarantees it. A draw, again, you're relying on other things going in your favour. You have your eye on your teammate in Paolo Neto falling
him
short
to lose.
as well. Exactly.
You need Virgil to lose big.
A few other results to work against you.
I think the worst position to be in right now is if you're Neat Jafonso. Having played, you've done all you can do, and you're just sitting, biting the nails down to the bristle, waiting to see if results go your way.
After the game Jafonso played, I saw him heading out towards the exit. I don't know if he came back in or not, but he looked devastated. He looked dejected, thinking his tournament's done already. The saving grace is there is still a chance, and when there's a chance, you always have to have that element of faith in hoping that it's your day. We've seen it, though, in this format. That's happened so many times in the final round. I believe it was Tuga in the Champions League. Finesse shot, big save from Casillas there.
Literally praying to the heavens, waiting for a game to go his way. Unfortunately, it's not been a tournament to remember for Redlac. The final match that he played in, neat 6-6 draw. If that would have gone another way, you look at the game that he had against Auburn as well, a 7-7 draw. All he needs is a couple of goals. He's going his way, Ryan, and he's in with a shout.
Exactly. It's a tough position to be in because of that.
The other matches we're keeping our eyes on, and make sure that you're up to date with them as well at home. The 3 big games. Let's go to this match between Oberon and Paolo Neto. Paolo Neto needed to win, and boy, is he winning.
Wow, that is a statement. Lead already. However, I will say we did see a 4-0 loss given away in the previous round from Ilian, that is the goal that made it 4-0.
Business.
It's a man on a mission.
As for Levi David, a win is needed, and a win is what he's getting at the moment. There's a long way to go as Aubrey gets one back there, but Team Liquid are looking for a full house going into Championship Sunday.
Especially they would have been seeing the players from Team Vitality both eliminated. So for the club championship points, it allows them to get an edge on them in this area of the game.
And just to add to the drama as well, sorry Ryan, K1 John D. Fernandez not kicked off yet. As it stands right now, K1 John is 32nd on 4 points with a -9 goal difference. If he wins, he goes to 7 points, but the goal difference swing would need to be drastic. D. Fernandez is on 7 points with a -3 goal difference. If Paulo Neto and Levi David both win, it could be teetering, potentially, down towards the bottom. I mean, Virgil will drop out, Jafonso will drop out, and then you've got one spot to play with, really. So we need to get a camera on some of those guys. Neat, Jafonso. We need to see their reaction throughout this entire round. Levi David turning the game around very quickly against Levi Finn. Did he need to get back into this game quickly?
Absolutely. I think for the confidence as well for Levi David, he'll know that as the clock ticks on, against somebody that's in hot form with Levi Finn being unbeaten in this tournament, arguably player of the tournament. I'll be saying that because I feel like in terms of what players would have, or not even just players, people would have expected, I wouldn't have had Levi Finn 5 out of 5.
Nasada, 5 wins, you'd probably said.
He was
Alihan Lyon, 5 wins. Nicholas, 4 wins and a draw, 13 points. Guga, 4 wins and a draw. Manu Bichore, 4 wins and a draw. Banano, I think, maybe not one that you would have put up there.
No, I wouldn't have had. But he, again, I was watching his gameplay earlier today. It was against Paulo Neto. Some of the goals.
A +7 goal difference for Banano. 25 goals scored, 18 goals conceded.
It is criminal. It's done enough, though.
1 goal every game, pretty much. Paulo Neto was the big swing, 3 goals that he scored against the 7-4 victory. Every other game, 4-3, 5-4, 5-4, 4-3. For Banano at 5 and zip at the moment. Speaking of Banano, 4-1 down to Chris de Boer, but there is one back to make it 4-2. Chris de Boer, for people wondering, he's pretty safe. 9 points. He'll be looking to go to 12.
He's been quietly going about his business.
Mid-table.
Yeah, but if he wins this, going on 12 here, obviously it's not enough to get into that top 8, but it's still a...
He'll finish probably 10th or 11th.
Yeah, he'll be high up, so... He's someone you don't want to play, though, in a way, because he's an awkward opponent to play against.
Obviously, the players wouldn't be doing this. We can hypothesise, though, from the commentary position with the data that we have. There's a world in which you're thinking, well, if Emery finishes 23rd,
yeah.
maybe I do want to finish 13th or 14th. I know we saw MS Desario as well, just before crushing the keys.
It was great.
With the interview as well, it looked really impressive.
I didn't really know what to expect this season. I didn't get to watch his domestic performances, obviously finishing runner-up, but the game against Ilian is where I thought, you know what, because I thought that's a tricky one on paper.
Yeah.
Somebody of the newer guard in the scene, player locks, creative runs, it's hard to defend against somebody like Ilian. You locked him up. He was really, really strong in that game.
Well, let's go once we see that goal going to the back of the net from Banano. Back to the split games where we can see all the matches taking place at the moment. Because I once again turn your attention to the Paulo Neto Oberyn match. Talk about having destiny in your own hands and taking it by the scruff of the neck. Paulo Neto scored 7 goals in the first half. He has been absolutely rampant. Not sure what's happened there. Error at the back. Chris de Boer goes 2 in front once again. Hezza's leading against Redlac, 4-1. As we approach half-time in a number of our matches, I know people out there asking for updates from K1 John and D. Fernandez. I can tell you they are just coming out the tunnel now, just kicking off. Just even more pressure.
I guess, well, I was going to say, if it makes it, it may help in terms of K1 John. His coach will be telling him how many goals he needs to score if he's winning, what you need to do. So that does benefit him a little bit. But the essence of the game is the same. He has to win by quite some distance.
Well, we've seen someone go from such a low position in the table to qualifying through. It's 32nd coming into this game.
And he's lost 3 on the bounce as well.
Yeah. His first win was his game the first game he played.
Exactly, yep.
After that, he drew against Ummer, and then he's been beaten 8-5, 7-2, and 7-5 against Kurumi's back, Nicholas, and PH Zin. Krista Bohr beating the man unbeaten at the moment in Matthias Bamano. Anyway, you want to see in particular, Ryan? I know you're looking at Kurumi's back and Virgil.
Yeah, I was going to say, we haven't really seen much of that game. I don't know if it's possible at half-time to jump across if they're not in a break.
But they are
replay.
Just
Straight
kicked off.
The bat, exactly. K1 John, again, he knows what he needs to do, Rich. Early start.
There's been only one goal, and we're at half-time between Kurumi's back and Virgil. And it has gone Kurumi's back's way. Meaning that Virgil is on a slippery, slippery slope as it stands right now, with Levi David leading 3-1. Paolo Neto 7-4 at half-time. There's all the matches, Ryan, as we jump into Levi Finn and Levi David.
Touching on what you mentioned about Virgil's game, it's a scary position to be in, especially when knowing that the other players who you're relying on them to falter are winning. Not only one, but both of them. 3 of them, in fact, because K1 John, that is... Yeah, destiny is in his own hands at least, but he has to pick up against Kurumi if he wants to stay in this tournament. Great run.
Levi David, a man who's been there, he's done it. World Championships, FC Pro Opens, representing the Netherlands on the biggest stage. Clutching up when he needs to.
Yeah, that was lovely. You can tell what he wanted from before when that run from Salma started to be player locked inside towards the center of the pitch there. He eventually gets it. First time low driven finish with the outside over boot as well.
I think it's just a case of Bonanno, 5 wins already. You know, you're going through. Maybe the attention span, not the attention span, but the attention just slipped ever so slightly.
Oh, what a finish that is as well. I think he's a perfectionist, though. He would have wanted to win. You want to win every game you play in, but also the fact that it sends a statement to everybody else. To play in this level of tournament and not lose a game is ridiculous. It's unheard of, basically.
What you do, maybe not in actual functionality, but you should, if you finish first in the group stages, have a nicer bracket run.
If only it worked that way.
Never seems to.
Never seems to work, especially when I'm going to look at currently the bottom 5 players before this round started in the top 24. You've got Virgil, Jafonso, Neat, Di Fernandez, Emre Yilmaz. The live updates are perfect, so we'll be able to see 20th to 24th. All of those 5 players within there.
Abu Maka dropping out of 13 points.
That's sickening.
Anders Vergang 12, Krista Bohr 12. That puts him up to 11th. You're looking at PH Zin, Emma Stossere, Luke DeVille.
We're going to get an Emre Anders matchup, aren't we, Rich?
We very much, yeah, we might be. As we look at the live table as it stands right now, Emre Yilmaz, Di Fernandez, K1 John right now is in with Neat, Jafonso and Virgil dropping out.
Wow. Great ball, Krista Boy. He's got an opportunity. Keeper shuffles, but the step isn't enough. Cristobal takes a 7-4 lead. Let's jump across to another game if we can. This is a game where Virgil needed to get points here. It's coming in 6 points. As it stands, 7 points. The goal difference is 0. So it does put him in a position where he would actually leapfrog Emre Yilmaz, Neat, Di Fernandez, who are on 7 points. But Fortune can't get the shot off.
It feels just so tense here at the FC Pro World Championships. You see the live updates going through the right-hand side of your screen. Levi David 4-1 up against Levi Finn. This is the last group game we will be playing here before the knockouts commence. We'll have a very short break in between while the players get rested and regain composure before those knockouts.
See that mistake there from Virgil going forward? It's just when you're nervy, you make little tiny errors, and the player switching or the passing, it just a bit off it.
Paulo Neto 8-5, K1 John 3-1 up.
That's a statement
against D Fernandez.
I didn't actually pay attention to the live updates. When it comes up again, I want to see where D Fernandez currently is, where that mathematically puts him if the scoreline remains the same, because goal difference isn't in his favour. Karuma's back.
As it
taking
stands,
the 2-1 lead there, Rich.
Virgil's tumbling out, Ryan. Everyone below who needs to win is winning at this moment. Paulo Neto was doing the business. Badano gets one back. That's 7-5 against Cristobal. And there is the live table, Ryan, with the live scores at the bottom as well. 8-5. K1 John 3-1 up. Karim's back 2-1. Hezers 6-3 to put him in a Hezers.
It's insane to think that
he probably needs to score.
Hezers had 9 points from his first possible 9, and then he's on the cusp of not even getting in the top 8. This is the position I was seeing there. D Fernandez 23rd with 7 points.
Umut 8 points.
He was unbeaten coming into
He was.
today.
You know what? That goal difference swing from Umut, isn't it? The heavy defeat can be a real hurter for you if the goal difference doesn't go your way.
Great touch. Don't think it was by purpose though, but allows Bonanno to push forward. Look at the triggered run. It has to be followed there from Chris. Beautiful bit of skill from Matthias Bonanno outside of the boot. Can't find the corner. Hold on a minute. Do you see the combination of the roulette there, Rich? Just to put that into the corner from Matthias Bonanno. Game on against Cristobal. Let's jump on over to another game that's going on. Let's take a look at the Paulo Neto Oberyn game.
Yeah, that's where my eyes went straight away. 8-5, Paulo Neto leading with 15 minutes left to play. A win puts him in. Oberyn looking to be the bearer of bad news. It would have to be a 3-goal swing in Oberyn's favour. Levi David was leading when I just glanced there as well. I think that was 5-1 against Levi Finn. As it stands, Ryan, no one's going to be 6 from 6.
I believe that would keep Nasada first.
Yeah. Kika Nazareth. McGiddy cancelled on the edge of the block, just looking to shimmy down with the drop of the right shoulder. Pause cued by Paulo Neto. Does to be going into that with another goal to his name. Matthias Bonanno, that was the roulette.
Lovely.
Into the finesse, into the top corner. 7-6 now, with a nod of approval from Bonanno. Oberyn's can't clear this ball, it seems. Unfortunate animation there, didn't get an interception on it. Scott McTominay. Paulo Neto playing the clock at this point. Doesn't need to score again. He's going to be in. We are trying our best to keep up to date with the other games. Let's go to another match. Let's just leave it on this screen for 1 second while we look at the scores. Hezers leading against Redlac. Krumming's back 3-1 against Virgil. K1 John D Fernandez feels like the story here, Ryan. But there's so much time to play in that game, so maybe we see the culmination of this one.
Anything can happen with these last few moments in the other games. This one, we still have plenty, as you said, a whole second half to go. Bottom left, there is a goal. Matthias Bonanno equalising. That's jumped into a pause as well.
Yeah, this is the place to be. Krumming's back 3-1 up against Virgil. And how does that impact the standings? Abu Maka 13 points. Jesus, with that extra goal that he just scored, puts him in to 8. Penalty given. Virgil with a chance.
Has to score.
You see how big this is. Scores! Virgil, 27th, 6 points. Kirby's back in that danger area as well.
All Virgil needs to do is draw.
A draw puts him in.
It puts him in because of the other results and the goal difference he has. Currently -1. Obviously, if he draws, it will be on 0. The players that are on 7 points, you've got Emre Yilmaz on -2. You have Neat as well, -10.
So right now, Neat is out, but maybe a draw could be something different. There's going to be a lot of players on 7 points. We'll do our very best to bring that up-to-date table all the way throughout the latter stages of these games. When results are coming in, you'll see how it impacts the matches. Levidovic 6-1. He's going to be in no matter what with that performance. We're waiting for something like that from him over the last 3 days. And look, he's going to be going into that bracket play as a 22nd, 21st ranked player. On paper, Ryan Pessoa, but nobody will want to play against Levidovic first game.
Not a chance. Don't want to play him at any stage of a tournament, let alone early in the knockouts. Virgil, edge of the box. He's shown a lot of patience, utilising the shielding as well.
The kid Lopez, technical dribbling into Salman now. He's waiting for a chance. There's Kika Nazareth. Good tackle.
I was wondering if he's going to size up Pacho, just take a touch and just decide which way you're going to go and then try and get a shot. It was good defending in the end from Karim. Virgil has to go for it.
Has to. Does he know maybe the permutations around him? Does he know what's needed from him?
Has to know. Has to know.
Karim knows a win is enough. Gives the ball right back. Virgil comes clattering through the back of him. Referee says play on. Enough ball. And Virgil with a lovely pass to bring Granit Xhaka into play. It's better late than never for Virgil. Low driven, Casillas with the save. Short corner played all the way back to recycle. It's a play a lot fake to try and create just a centimetre, an inch of space in around the box. Araujo, not the player you want there. Paulo Neto is in. He wins 9-5 against Open, and Jude Bellingham with a really poor touch.
He has to spam off side traps, just do anything just to try and force Karim to give away possession. Virgil's tournament is hanging in the balance. Anything, just force him.
Karim is not going to give him that chance. Keeper's off the line. Elise will dribble into an empty net with Jude Bellingham. Karim is back. Clutches up when it matters most.
The nail in the coffin, not only for this matchup.
Virgil came into this round 24th with Paulo Neto, with Levi David all winning, with K1 John winning, in fact.
That's why he needed the draw. 1 point would have been enough. Commiserations to Virgil, it's a painful one. We're jumping over to this one where a miraculous comeback from Bonanno, which puts him top 18
Look at K1
points.
John D. Fernandez. 4-4.
8-8 in this game.
Chris de Boer gets one back.
But yeah, that K1 John result, that changes quite a bit because that puts Neat back into the top 24.
And look at it right there. Jafonso drops out. Neat is in.
Wow.
And Emre Yilmaz teetering on the edge. Levi David will jump up the table.
Oh, what a goal.
As Bonanno gets another one back. That's 9-8. What a game that is.
Chris is unhappy with the amount of kick-off goals that Matias Bonanno has got in this game. This one, though, we're jumping over to it live. D. Fernandez pushing forward against K1 John. Coming into this game, D. Fernandez was on 7 points. He was 21st.
As D. Fernandez goes 5-4 up. He's down there in the danger zone. A win puts him in.
Win puts him comfortably in and amongst the top half of that 9 to 24 selection of players there. For K1 John, it means this tournament will be ending, but fortunately for his sake, this game is slightly behind the others, so he does have a bit more time to push on.
We are trying our very best. There is another game that's back underway. It's Banano and Cristobal. Let's go there for the last minutes to see our perfect player. Banano could be 6 wins from 6. Which is certainly a statement.
More than a statement.
Puts him into the round of 16.
Yep, the players he's defeated along the way as well. Katya, Jafonso, Milkalov, Obrun, Paulo Neto, Cristobal. So he's taken some big names along the way. I'm a big fan of his utilization of that roulette, though. Used it very, very well.
Mo Salah into Vicky Lopez again. Constantly just tapping on that technical dribbling. So a little bit of the analog sprint there coming out. Beautiful from Banano. 10-8. Could this be his year? Flawless so far from Mr. E Premier League. Do you know where Ryan Pessoa's gone? He's just doing some maths.
I was just trying to
with
see.
Trying to work out the as it stands table with everything that's going on as it moment. What are you trying to figure out?
I was just seeing where it would drop Cristobal. I think as it stands, David would actually leapfrog him based on goal difference as well. I believe that would be the same for Paulo Neto too.
This is one of the last question marks we've got from the groups. K1 John or D Fernandez. Finesse from the edge of the box. Casillas with the save. And with these full-time results from selection of our other matches coming in particular, I'm looking at Paulo Neto. I'm looking at the matchup from the back of the stage. Obviously, Banano now and Cristobal. We should start to get a better picture on absolutes, who he will be placing where, Ryan Pessoa.
And that's where...
Will Neat be in? Will Jafonso be safe? These sort of questions that I know you're asking at home. That's a full-time result now.
I believe, if I'm not mistaken, you see, for Jafonso, he was relying on a maximum of one player below him overtaking him, and the fact that Levi David and Paulo Neto had both won, or Levi David en route to win, it would mean Jafonso and Virgil eliminated. As it stands, Neat remains in. He's the only player that has a bit of jeopardy relying on this game, because if K1 John wins, Neat is out.
Yeah, and I think these two would go through 24th, 23rd.
Wow.
A draw is enough for D Fernandez.
Yep.
It kills K1 John's chances of going through. K1 John has to win, and he knows that. He's got 15 minutes left. His pause has been queued for a little while now. He has to go, and he has to go now. D Fernandez playing really nicely on the edge of the box, just ticking this clock away.
He's just sucking the life out of K1 John, the energy, because you know when you're chasing, you cue the pause. It's been about 10 minutes.
Yeah.
Ball ain't going out. You're starting to rush, drag players out of frustration, but he's done really well to stay composed. K1 John has, and he has an opportunity. It's onside, beautiful. Goes for the pass, but Davies cuts the passing lane.
Right place, right time for Alfonso Davies.
I think it's the right idea from K1 John, I'll be honest. I think a lot of people would have gone for that pass. It's just Davies was really quick.
Just to give you an update from Levi David and Levi Finn, I know a lot of people are asking for it. Levi David 7-1 up against Levi Finn.
Good defending. Aggressive.
We're not going to go there because the story is here. Levi David's story was very simple. Win and you're in. As for K1 John and D Fernandez, there's a few more chapters to that story.
He needs 2 goals, K1 John.
And he just takes the blatant foul to get the substitution coming on. We're going to see the full-time result very quickly from this game. That's the table as it stands right now, Ryan Pasowa. What are you thinking?
I'm just trying to work out. Abimaka 9th. If it stays like this, he will be up against Neat. It will be Anders Vergang against Emre Yilmaz in the first round of the knockouts. If it stays like this, the only way it changes is if K1 John wins.
And K1 John can go from 32nd to 24th if he scores 2 quick-fire goals. The other question that maybe we can't answer: where has this Levy David been the last 2 days?
Yeah, exactly. But we spoke to him yesterday, and he looked so calm.
I mean, you look at his games. He beat Di Fernandez 8-6. He lost 8-7. He beat Neat 8-5. He lost against Nasada.
Yeah.
He then lost against Abu Maka. That felt like the one to swing, where we were potentially saying there could be a little bit of jeopardy here. He's put that jeopardy to rest in emphatic fashion. Levy David will be in to play later today. The question is, will he be into tomorrow?
Yep, exactly. And that's all of Team Liquid's players through to the knockout stages. All 5 of them. Which for the club championship points, so it gives them a good potential opportunity. If they all, a couple of them make a run in the tournament, they can get some points on the board. And it's Di Fernandez running in on goal here. There's opportunities to go across goal. He cuts inside. And he buries K1 John's World Championship campaign this season.
Any hopes and dreams or ambitions of winning the World Championship go to rest with that finish from Di Fernandez. And it's a result that Di Fernandez simply needed as well to qualify himself through. Someone find Neat. Really unfortunate for K1 John. It just happened to be, in the end, a middle portion of the games, Ryan, that just went away from him. 8-5, 7-2, 5-7 losses. He started the day fantastically. Ilian and Umut,
exactly.
4 points from 6.
I think that's the difficult thing to take as a player when you start so well in the tournament, where you're thinking, you know what, 4 points from a possible 6 is a very handsome return. It's just not been enough for him. It's a last-minute consolation goal there. Finesse shot from Salah, but it's not going to mean anything in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, it had to be a win for K1 John. A draw, I don't think, does too much in terms of the other players around these two competitors as well, and I don't believe Di Fernandez is even going to let him have a touch of the ball. The league stage has been superb once again in this 36-player format. Favourites teetering on elimination. Esports World Cup champions not going through. Fan favourites being eliminated. We lost, what, 5 of our 7 Italians that came into the tournament. It has been heartbreak for Team Vitality. But where we leave the group play, 24 remain. The top 8 is finalised. When we get back after the break, knockout play will commence. See you very soon.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
At the current club championship point standings, you might be a little worried, especially for the top 3 organizations that everybody thought were going to do well. Looking at the standings at the moment, Falcons is on 11th, Liquid does not have any points, Vitality is sitting on 2nd, but it's Na'Vi that is topping that number 1 spot with a total of 1,750 points. But fear not, because the competition is not even halfway through. Casting back to EWC 2025, Week 3, Falcons was on spot number 7. Vitality was the one in the first slot, but Liquid was 4th. Every single one of these organizations was still looking to get more than the top 1 finish, and Falcons didn't even have that one in their pockets yet. But if we all remember correctly, Falcons ended up winning on that first slot with 6 medals, Liquid placed 2nd, and Vitality placed 3rd. So the truth is, anything can happen.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm joined by Matías Bonanno, who is top of the standings. He's unbeaten 6 for 6. Mati, how are you feeling? Because you had a great last couple days, didn't you?
Of course, I'm really happy because I won all the matches, but now in important things in knockouts.
I have to ask you, when you first arrived to Paris, if someone would ask you, Mati, are you going to be top of the standings at day 4? What would you have said?
Yeah, maybe no, but the practice was really good, so a little bit I expected, but of course not. I say, yeah, I will win every match. So, nah, really good.
What worked well for you? Because I was so impressed by your attacking. All of your attack has been so stellar these last couple days. But what do you think, in your opinion, worked really well for you in your gameplay?
Oh, I think in attack, I have, I don't know, a lot of options in terms of the tactics, in terms of skills, true balls, everything. So I think it's all about.
To be a world champion tomorrow on that big. To be a world champion tomorrow on that big stage.
I don't know. I work for that, of course, but I'm focused right now in round of 16.
All right, well, I'm going to throw it over to the desk. What do they think? Do they think Matías Bonanno could be a world champion tomorrow?
No, he's going to have to wait till Sunday. Bonanno definitely on fire right now, those shells. And the man, like you heard, is moving into our top 16.
Change anything, but you don't want to get too comfortable. You don't want to get too confident, because now in the knockout rounds, things are resetted. Everything's in square one. One loss, you're going home. But he needs to sustain what he's been doing, because it hasn't broken yet.
I mean, you can see just maybe slightly behind us, he's brought his family here with us here as well to Paris. I don't know if they've had an impact, because the way he's played in every single one of them games has been superb. Going into the knockouts is something completely different, like you just said.
Yeah.
I mean, but if you're another player, you don't want to run into a man who's 6 from 6 in such a difficult tournament. You can see the results on the screen there. Redlac again put up a fight. Unfortunately, it wasn't enough. Hezes has been fantastic as well. The big result, though, the one we have to focus on, is the man who had the destiny in his own hands. He needed a win against a guy who'd won 5 games in a row. He didn't just beat him, he demolished him. 7-1 to Levi David.
Levi David is in. He controlled his own destiny, and K1 John was in a similar position, unable to accomplish his goals. His key is going to get crushed tonight.
Yeah, I mean, commiserations to K1 John. I thought he had a good chance to do it against D. Fernandez, but D. Fernandez needed that win himself. And Levy the Weird, that's the type of statement performance you needed to do. You're playing against Levy Finn. He was unbeaten in the tournament at the time, trying to join Mateus Bonanno, but he ended that. That's the type of confidence boost you kind of need for the reset in the knockout round. But even Neat, he played his game last round before. We thought he was going out. He managed to scrape his way in. I can't wait for the knockouts.
When we can, let's get the official numbers up, because I saw on Wikipedia there's been some improper results being scored. I thought Neat was through. You were arguing, no, he's definitely gone. I'm with you now. I think Neat is definitely going to make it in, and K1 John is going to be on the other side. FG, any big surprises for you as we wrap up 6 rounds in the first 6 games for all of our competitors?
Well, unfortunately, a previous winner is out. Jafonso has been knocked out. We said earlier on, he's waving to the camera. We said earlier on, as we look at the league stages now, that it was out of his hands. Well, I tell you what, 6 points was not enough. It probably never was going to be enough. That last-minute winner from Neat means everything to him. On the other side, also Catcher was eliminated by last kick of the game by the Iceman, who finished 5th. If you look at that top 8, Shells, realistically speaking, you've got to point to our number 6, Guga Faraz. What a tournament he's had so far. What a performance in the league stage. He's been amazing. And also, one more thing, Anders Vergang has got to play a knockout game before he can have the opportunity to play one of the top 8. He finished 10th.
Yeah, I'd like to say with Guga Faraz, throughout the season, every game I've seen him play at tournaments, it was like he was in every game, and that's a great sign as a pro player. The fact that now in the World Championships, he's turning them draws and losses into wins, it shows his dominance and how good he's really at the game. But like you said, Anders Verga not making it into the top 8, into the knockouts round, but listen.
Gentlemen, I don't know how the bracket works, but is there any chance 10 plays 23 and 9 plays 24?
Oh my gosh, I just realized. My gosh, I just realized.
Wow, we are about to see one of the most craziest knockout rounds you've ever seen.
Let's wait on the bracket officially. Before we get to that, walk me through some of the highlights. Yeah, chat, you caught on to it.
Listen, we're waiting for them knockout fixtures to be confirmed, but I think you might be right, Puckett. Levy David as well. We spoke about it. 1-0 down, as you can see. Very early on, what an awful moment that was for the goalkeeper. But the thing is with Levy David is he's been in this scene for a long time. He's a very professional guy. He wouldn't really have been fazed by Levy Finn's 5 games before. He was focusing solely on that one. What a performance. He booked his place into the knockouts. You can see in the top corner, Shells, Cristobal was on fire against Mateus Bonanno, but Mateus Bonanno ended up winning.
I mean, there's a reason why the boy went 6 for 6. It just shows you kind of need to bring and be at all points of your game. And Mateus Bonanno, even when he's losing, he's still in control and still believes himself that he can pull the result back. And that's the type of results you kind of want to take it to the knockouts. Yes, you went 6 for 6. You was losing in your last game, but you still managed to see out the victory, and that's the type of morale boost you need in the knockouts as well.
Yeah, in terms of Redlac, it wasn't meant to be this time out in Paris. Congratulations to him and all the other players who bow out of the tournament but made it to the World Championships. From Hezer's perspective, business as usual. Great performance by him. We'll be seeing him soon in the top 8. He made it.
Yeah, with Hezes, I feel like his confidence is growing every time we've seen him in more tournaments. Like I said before, he was never really known for his defensive style. I felt like his defensive side of the game was always letting it down. Goals scored, we know he can score goals. But I feel like the last few tournaments, he's changed the way he defends, changed the way how he's keeping the ball, and I think he can really make a run to make himself a world champion.
It seems like a high-scoring meta right now.
Yeah.
Is this his time to win if there is one?
You know what? I think there's so many players that we can say that can potentially win it. I think so many players so far in this tournament have shown glimpses of being a champion, but then also shown that they're weak. Anders, for example, he's lost a couple games. Nicholas, be losing a couple games, but he's fought back a couple games. So there's so many players where I think on their day they can win it, but why not? It can be Hezes, it can be Nasada, it can be anyone.
Virgil, also with destiny in his own hands, was on that 6 points, just like Jafonso, unable to score a draw. He is going to fall at the very end. Kareem takes the 3-point win.
Yeah, Kareem was fantastic, actually, in that game, and he's been fantastic. He's had a great season as well. Kareem, unfortunately for Virgil, it was in his own hands. It just didn't go his way. I think sometimes probably a lot more harder to take, Shells, I imagine.
Yeah, I think it's so hard to, you work so hard for this tournament. Sometimes things don't click, you know, you can prepare so well at home, things just feel good, but you can't get the results. But of course, Virgil, he went to the very end. Unfortunately, he will be going home. But once again, it's so unpredictable. This is why I love the league phase. Every result matters.
The knockouts are going to be absolutely crazy. Fuck it. You know, I actually genuinely don't know where to look. We're going to see heavyweights. We're now at the point in the competition. We saw, obviously, 36. Yeah. And we were like, this 36 is very, very strong. Reminder, the likes of Neat, who just made it through last kick of the game. He got through the play-ins.
Yes.
Beating Tex, a goat of the scene on a penalty shootout. He's rode his luck all the way. He's got this far. Just how far can he go?
What is better story? The way that Neat is getting into the knockout bracket, or the way that Kasha got knocked out of getting into the knockout bracket?
I think deep down Neat. I think the play-in story is superb. Same with Manu Bachor last year. He came through the play-in and ended up being a champion. I think if you do that, you went through the grit, you went through the grind. So if you can pull that off, I think it's a crazy achievement. But yeah, for Katya, was just a heartbreaking loss. From a free kick from the side as well, it was tough.
Production's gone silent, which means they're probably preparing that bracket and double-checking it with all the admins, as they should.
I think there's a few keys to be cut as well, which is happening, which we will update you with. But there's also a Mystery Nation bucket.
There is a Mystery Nation. And Shells, for those who don't know, what is going on with the Mystery Nation? Why should everyone in the chat take part?
Because you can get easy and good objectives and packs from it, but FG, do you want to give the clue?
Am I going to reveal the Mystery Nation now? We'll wait for the go-ahead. We gave you clues earlier on. They finished third in the 2002 World Cup. They've got players playing in their league now that have moved to the Premier League.
Liverpool fans have a historic Champions League night in one of the cities.
Yeah, in one of the cities, as do Manchester City, a Rodri winner in their city as well.
Quite recently, yeah.
The national team is nicknamed the Crescent Stars.
Yep.
I wouldn't even know.
For those who know about the Crescent Stars.
I genuinely wouldn't have known that, so that probably doesn't help, but I'm pretty sure we can.
You can Google it, though.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like, if you haven't got the answer already, feel free to put it in the chat. We will reveal it to you very, very soon.
Share it with your friends. We want you all to win at home. Shout out to everyone who's been tuning in since the start of league play. We just concluded 6 games for each player. We're about to crush 12 keys. And, of course, the final 24 are playing for the $250,000 and title of EWC champion. Shells, I asked you at the start of the show, who is in the herd? Who is in the GOAT conversation? And did they all make it through the early portion of this competition?
I think they all made it through, actually.
Yeah, you would say that.
They all made it through. Anders Vergang, I think, is obviously the main guy we're going to have to talk about. I know he hates us talking about, but he loves it, really. Listen, I'm a bit scared for everyone else. Because he didn't make it through the top 8, he has to play an extra round in a knockout round. Now, I know there's early predictions that might be Emre Yilmaz, and now I wouldn't be able to call that one. But if Anders gets hot there, in a knockout where everything's reset, this could be his tournament once again. But of course, Nicholas is still in the conversation. MS Desari, the king of the jungle, he's back, and I think he can win it. Imagine a CEO versus their own player in the final. I wouldn't mind that.
We've got one of our EWC champions out. Jafonzo, 2024 winner here, is now gone. Manu's still in the mix. Anders still in the mix. Do you have a favorite FG?
You know what, right? I would love Levy DeVee to win it.
Yeah?
He's been back-to-back top 4. He's an amazing person off the stage and stuff, as are a lot of these players. It'd be a really nice story for him. It's hard to look past Anders Vergang like we always do. There's something really, really special about him because I feel like he finds it really difficult to motivate himself in league stages when he knows that there's still a knockout. When this man gets to the knockouts,
he needs that pressure.
Yeah, there is an air of inevitability with him.
Nah, I don't think he finds it. I just think when he loses in the groups or the league phases, he just uses that as, I don't really care about this, because you know what? He backs it up with the trophies. So I think he can use that against it, because really and truly, it matters in the knockouts, and you can't argue with his resume because the guy brings trophies.
But we've got serial winners here, by the way, as well, in this. We've not even mentioned Abu Makr, the Saudi League champion. He went there against Dasari, who finished runners-up in Saudi this season. He's won something. Nasada's had an incredible
Banano,
season.
EPL champion, 6-6.
Banano's won the EPL. We've got the Ligue 1 winners there as well. It's crazy. Let's take a look at the bracket.
I'm told it's ready. We filled long enough, and here we have it official for you. Round of 24 is going to see all of your competitors that were just outside of that top 8. And there we have it. Shells, where are you looking for all those on their cell phone? Where do we need to zoom in?
Listen, this bottom right side of the bracket is wicked.
That Falcon versus that Pony from Liquid?
And then look at even the round of 16. We've got Manu Bachor and Nasada waiting. The people that's named on that side of the bracket alone. We've got Levy DeWeed, D. Fernandez. Okay, but Emre Yilmaz versus Anders Vergang. winner plays Manu Bachor.
Now, does this mean that Levy would also run into the winner of Emery or Manu? Are we looking at Liquid just knocking each other out before the semis?
Yeah, this is a nightmare situation if you're Liquid. If you're a neutral and you're watching this, Emre Yilmaz, Anders Vergang, the reignition of another rivalry. There is a big rivalry between those two players. I'm looking at the other side at the top left, and you're looking at P8's in Samu Gamer.
Yep.
And you're looking at where Matthias Bonanno is, round of 16.
Yep.
He'll be really confident to make it through to Sunday. That's Samu Gamer P8 Zin game. The person who plays Matthias Bonanno, I mean, either way, it's going to be fireworks. Samu's been in great form. P8 Zin, of course. It's another South American clash between the two. It'll be full of emotion. There'll be loads going on. That is going to be
Chills, as we take a look at the bracket, who has the strongest region right now in FC?
I mean, I might be biased. I think the European boys, there's something about us. I think there's too many. But the South Americans, I do think I have a little bit of sauce about them. You see Guga Ferez and Bonanno, Nicholas, they can always make a run for the tournament trophies. But I think the European boys do have that little bit of an advantage.
If we're looking at this, we have to, by the way, off camera, get your predictions, Puckett, 100%. We definitely do. 100% get it for sure. If we're looking at this, who do you think is your favourite to make it through to the round of 16?
I think Nicholas is smiling, right? He's like, I play Kareem or I play the very bottom-ranked player in this tournament. At the top side of it, I'm like, Hezers, I'm not really too worried about Neat. Abu, of course, was looking ferocious on day 2. I think I want to be Nicholas right now in the bracket.
Yeah, if I'm on the left-hand side of the play as a pro player, I'm not saying any of these guys are beatable or easy opponents, but I would rather be on that left-hand side of the bracket. And if you are there, I think you got a chance to win the trophy.
Here's a look at our keys being crushed as the first one is getting dialed in. Who is doing the honors? Walk me through these plays, guys.
Yeah, Levy Finn there crushing a key. I mean, I'm not being funny. These keys are beautiful.
Yeah,
can we not just have them?
Can I just, is
rather
there
than
spare one
ruin them?
around?
They are absolutely amazing. Unfortunately, you get your key crushed if you've got no place to play in this tournament, and we're going to get rid of 12 keys here, Puckett.
Now, of course, you will choose 3 opponents' keys to put into your trophy if you win it here at EWC. It's an excellent way to celebrate not only your victory, but the downfall of your opponents. And the big names, is Levy Finn going to be one to gun after?
Yeah, I think Levy Finn will. I don't think people really want to crush his key, but we have the chance of maybe crushing 3 of the GOAT's key that's in the debate. So if I'm Levy Finn and the rest of the guys, if I'm going to be putting Dasari, Anders, and Manu Bachor, even Nicholas if you want. Imagine having those 3 in your trophy. That's a little bit of a bragging right that you can take forever.
We talked about Paulo sitting on 6 points. He had the opportunity to lock into the top 24. He does so. And what's his reward?
Yeah, he's crushing the key of Oberon now, actually, as well. So that's another huge name who we're losing here in Paris. Thinking about that bracket again as we see these keys getting crushed, we are about to see some of the best matchups we've seen arguably all year. That Anders Vergang Emre Yilmaz game has everything. Shells, if you had to pick a winner in that one.
Is that 2 top 3 seeds playing each other in the opening round?
Yeah, because Emre Yilmaz has got so much more to offer. We haven't seen the real Emre Yilmaz. I feel like he needed to just find a way through. He's done that. This could be a game for the ages.
And I don't know if you guys remember, Emre Yilmaz and Anders played a game earlier this season. And I think it was at Euros or something else. It was one of the highest levels of FC I've ever seen in my life. And the fact that we're getting this at the World Championship, this is what we're talking about. And this should be a final type of game.
Gentlemen, I just scrolled back. They played each other day 1, their second match. It was 8-7.
Yep.
Every time they play against each other, I'm telling you, it's great FC. They're literally going at each other, highest level of skill. And even throughout the season, they've been competing. But Anders, he has got the trophies to back up. But I think Emre can maybe ruin his dreams right here.
Massive win here for Kareem as he's able to secure his spot in the top 24, able to crush the key of Virgil, and it is all smiles for the young man who knows he is moving on at least to the second half of this day.
Yeah, I think for Kareem, he had a disappointing day 1 and day 2, of course, with his teammate Marwan at Monaco, but he managed to redeem himself, got the wins he needed, and then puts himself in the knockout bracket, and that's all you need. To give yourself a chance to put your hands on a trophy, he is still smiling because he's not going home yet.
Yeah, if we're looking at Kareem as well, of course, E-League and champion.
Yeah,
we haven't mentioned that enough. This man has won his domestic league.
Who did he take down in that E-League as well?
But this is what I'm saying. So this is where we're looking now. Of course, there's rivalries being reignited all throughout. I'm wondering if we can just take one more look at the bracket when we get a chance, just so we can dissect it whilst we've got a bit of time, because mate, I'm looking at this, and there's so many possibilities. There is a real possibility of a new champion based on this bracket as we take a look at it now. Because Shells, if we're looking at it, and let's just focus solely on, for example, the round of 16 players. If you've got yourself to a round of 16 this time, you're going to be really confident to make it to the quarterfinals.
Yeah, of course, because you know you skip around. But I just feel sorry for Manu Bachor and Nasada, to be honest, because Manu Bachor potentially playing against his teammate no matter when he's going to go through, because he could be playing against Emre Yilmaz or Anders. If he wins then he could be playing against Levi the Weird. So Team Liquid fans, I am so sorry, because you do have Paolo Neto at the top, but you would love to spread out your teammates. But I'm just looking at that left-hand side.
Yeah.
I think if I was a player in that situation, you could talk about MS Desari, Bonanno, Levi Finn, even Nicholas. In my head, I'm thinking I could actually get to a final. And it's not because any of these players are bad, but you just look at that bottom right-hand side of the bracket, even looking at Alien Lion at the top of the other side, that is a war zone on that right-hand side.
We saw earlier on this week, we saw a rivalry between Anders Vergang and his previous team RB Leipzig. Well, I tell you what, if MS Desari goes through, he faces Levi Finn from RB Leipzig, so maybe he can do Anders a little favour with that one. Also, the lowest ranked player here, Milkalov.
Oh, yeah.
If you look at his side, that game against Karim is back based on how he's been playing. He will be confident to go through. And waiting for him is the Iceman.
Yeah, but even his loss against Anders Vergang in the group stages, Milkalov, he's probably shut everyone up in this competition. No one probably would expect him to get this far, but he's managed to put himself into the knockout round. And against Karim is back, anything can happen. But once again, I got to reiterate, if Anders makes it through those two games against Emre Yilmaz and Manu Bachor, he will be on a heater. His confidence will be through the roof, and if he makes through there, be careful. I'll be so scared for you.
We heard the Falcons fans earlier for MS Desari as well. He plays Cristobal in that first round. Thoughts on this one? Is Desari the favorite?
You know what it is? You have to sort of back for Desari maybe because of where he's been at.
He beat him in the league phase.
He's been incredible though, yeah. He's been incredible, Cristobal, but something about MS Desari. Imagine if he does it one more time.
And I think he's going to have the crowd support behind him. And MS Desari, he's too cool. He's been doing this for years. He's a veteran in the scene.
Of course, we've got a lot more FC around the corner. For now, we're going to a quick break. We have more Keys to Crush and special interviews live from the desk as our players take 45 minutes before they return to the stage. Be right back.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm champion.
Hi guys, Hazers here.
Hello guys, I'm Kacha. Hello, I'm Nasara.
So today we are gonna play the power rankings, but not of skill, but of aura. So let's see.
So we start with Danny Pitbull. Oi, oi, oi.
He's my friend, so I cannot start with
Honestly,
him. You start.
bro, he has aura. I agree, he has.
Yeah, but not that much.
Bro, every time when he scores last minute against me, bro, in Pro Open, he screamed crazy, bro. Also in Serie A, he screamed crazy.
Yeah,
Yes,
but
bro.
just scream is not aura.
But bro,
just
he's
scream
like
is not aura.
pushing everybody. I agree with Nasara. I would say A.
I will say A, but I have to tell you one thing. For me, aura is when you play someone and you are scared of him.
Yeah, that's
But
another
A.
thing.
No,
That's
A.
it's a clearly A. Sorry, I just.
It's A.
sorry.
I said that it's
Okay.
A.
Easy. Abo. He lost really bad last year.
I will go for C.
For me, it's B. You pick. I would say C too. Okay, so it's C. That's why Jafonso. So he's world champion. World champion, huh?
I will go for A.
We'll go B. I would say B too.
Never. Never.
Yes. Chris, so you pick this, okay? Because he disagree with us, no? Yeah, Lucho.
I will go for D.
What do you think? He's a young player, I don't know. I think he tilts too much. People who tilt so much can
So
have a lot of
aura.
aura. No, no, if he goes really angry, you know, never compose a lot. You think it's minus aura? I'm sorry, yes. No, no, I'm sorry. Yeah. What you,
I will say D anyway.
You too? I would go with C. I go D as well. Sorry, Chris. Sorry, Chris.
Sorry, Chris. I will go for S.
The GOAT. He's even doing the shush, bro, in this picture.
I will go for S. We don't have to talk about this.
Only without, like, seeing him, just the name has aura. Yeah, yeah, of course, of course. Or text too, bro. Honestly, S. Big S.
For me, text is S too.
Yeah.
Easy. No doubt.
Yeah,
S.
doubt.
I agree. Okay.
No doubt.
Breeze.
Run up last year.
Too friendly.
Yeah, too friendly, you know? Don't be serious guy.
B or C.
I agree, B or C, you pick.
For me, it's same of you, but I will
What
go
are you
for
looking?
C.
You were looking E, eh?
No,
You were looking E. You were looking E.
Whoa, Manu, bro. Two-time world champion, bro.
I will go for A.
I would say A too. He has aura, but S, Anders, and Tex are like...
Shame on you. Manu, I'm sorry. Manu, I'm sorry. For me, you are here.
I will explain. He was too respectful.
Nice way to say sorry.
Yeah, he's too respectful to have aura.
It's a nice way to say sorry. Yeah, yeah, it's a nice
A
way.
is good. Bro, honestly, for me, Livy is S too.
S. Easy.
For me, it's A. But
S because
even though he's not a world champion,
bro, he scored 90 minutes.
Anyway, I agree. But
S.
yeah, I agree.
S. Okay.
I agree. I agree that it's cold.
Nico.
Now Nico.
S.
Nico, S.
Yes.
No doubt. It's cold.
Yeah, yeah.
Same.
Honestly,
Same
I
as
think
Lev,
we
no?
have a good ranking. Only Chris could be C, to be honest.
Yeah.
No, I will
have
keep
to
it.
put someone like.
No, I will
Bro,
keep
in
it.
this picture, he looks too young too.
That's true. But I stay with this.
This is a key. And just like every single one of the players here at the competition, I get to get one. Not because I actually won anything, but because it's really important to demonstrate the actual value of having one and being able to hold on to it for the entirety of the competition. Because you get to put it up in the totem. And to me, that is super exciting. So let's see what that's like. This is absolutely incredible. Wait, the view is great up here. So now this is the totem. We have our keys. Imagine being the winner, getting on this platform, having the fans cheering for you, and all you got to do is grab it and slot it right into where you won.
Before we rate the other, and after we rate ourselves.
Okay.
Okay. So we start with you. So, am I scared to play Lucio Edzers? Let me see.
Only Nassada can say no.
No.
Because he beat me every time.
We don't talk about player level. So you are friendly. In match, you have no aura, bro.
I don't agree.
I think
The nickname has aura.
the nickname a lot.
Ezos has aura.
A lot.
Nickname has aura.
I think
it's between B and C, in my opinion. No, you don't think anything.
I would say it's between
Wait,
B and A, so let's agree with B.
B. Okay. So Edzers is here for us.
never.
B.
What do you think for
Bro, you
for
are with
yourself?
Jafonso, he's world champion, please.
Yeah.
I think that if someone see my name is like
S.
it's carrot.
So put
S is
yourself.
too
I'm
much.
cold. Like
Look
if
at
I
the S, look at
like,
the S, Verna.
Also, Oblum
But
doesn't
you are too
scream.
funny, bro.
People think bad about me. They don't know me.
He's
You
not
know,
a good guy. Yeah,
you
he's
know,
not a good
you
guy.
know.
He's not
You
a
know.
good
You are a bad guy?
Yes.
Because someone don't
It
ask
looks
me
funny.
thing.
For you, it's funny.
Because people don't ask me things, but like I always saying the truth of things.
So you put yourself in S.
Yes, 100%.
But we agree B.
We agreed on B.
I don't care.
We don't believe you.
I don't care.
I don't care.
Bro, he beat me twice this season, so I can't say anything.
So
I would say C with Breeze and Abu Makar.
I
But
respect.
old man aura B, maybe.
But I respect it. I'm not like, whoa, I don't care, I want
but I'm like
dance.
this. What I have to do?
It's fine for
But
me.
where would you rank yourself?
I rank C. between B and C. I would
Then
say
you
B
think.
and C too, but C in the end.
So we go next.
Asada. Now me, bro. It's real first season, we must say that.
Bro, I told you what I mean for Aura. For me, it's between S and A. It's cold.
It is too much in game.
It's cold.
When you see him punching the desk, But you bro,
It's
think
Aura.
but
It's Aura. It's
listen,
Aura. Yeah.
In DBL, I raged. I was
Honestly.
punching tape and I won it.
Honestly,
Yeah, but it's
bro,
not Aura.
for me it's Aura. It's when Djokovic destroyed Racket. That's Aura because he's angry on himself. He knows that he's the best and wants to win. That's
You know
Aura.
ball, bro. You know ball.
We know.
No way, no way.
That's Aura.
It's
That's
no
Aura.
control of emotion. It's no aura.
But angry also can help you in playing
Bro,
better.
Anders is tilting every 10 seconds.
Yeah.
But he's the GOAT.
No, I will put you here or here.
Hey, yeah, come on, hey. I say hey, so we don't make any more polemic with you. Hey.
I respect you.
What you think? respect it. With the two-time world champion and one. You sign it, huh? I sign it. You sign it. Perfect, bro. I'm fine with this.
You have to rate them from 1 to 4 in Aura. The S.
The S is Nico for me.
No, first is Anders.
For me, it's Nico.
No, first is Anders, bro. For how long is he playing? He won every single tournament this year. Every single tournament he won.
Okay, but
every
when-
single.
but
He's world
when you
champion,
make
club world champion,
somebody
Champions League
coming
winner,
out-
two-time Pro Open winner. Bro, he won everything.
Okay, but when they say Nicolas, and Nicolas walk on the stage.
Yeah, but he has aura. I'm not saying, bro. He's
More than
on S.
Anders.
He's on. No, bro. Anders.
For me, yes. What do you think?
I can tell you one thing. I think it's Anders because I have the feeling that someone that play with the pressure that he plays.
That's true.
It's something unbelievable what
That's
he
true,
does.
that's
so
crazy, bro.
I will go for Anders first, Nico second, Levi third, Tex fourth.
100%. I agree with that.
At this point, I will say that it's over. It was great.
think it
They
was fun.
don't have too much clue, but I mean, what should we do? We go next.
Yeah, we go next. I hope you enjoyed.
Welcome back, everybody. We are here for the FC26 World Championship, and we just whittled down the field from 36 competitors to 24. There's only one thing to do before we say goodbye to those players, and that, of course, is to crush their keys. To do so, we have a very smiley Shells. Shells, do you think you'll get the honors to ever, crush someone's key here at EWC?
I wouldn't want to do that. But listen, I was here. If I was here competing, and I'm crushing someone's key, that means I'm doing a good job in the corner.
What would your approach be, though, Shells?
I'll be
Because he
first.
is a very nice man, right?
Yeah,
But
yeah.
I feel like he would be the most nicest key crusher around, whereas if it was me, I'd love to do it.
Now I'll try 360 no scope it and just have some fun with it or something.
Yeah, maybe buckets.
My favorite has been some of the COD guys who just stare you in the eyes while they crush your key. We'll see if anyone is diabolical, as we have a few of the players getting ready to go to work over there behind us. 2 stages. We're full of players. We're starting to whittle it down. What's coming up for anyone who's just joining the stream, Shells?
I mean, we're finding out GOAT debates. We're going to find out who's going to get knocked out. Team Liquid, if they're going to survive. But I just can't get over this first round of the knockouts. Anders Vergang versus Emre Yilmaz. Number 1 versus number 3. But I'm telling you, this is going to be one of the best games we're ever going to see.
Tournament resumes in just 10 minutes and 30 seconds. We put 45 minutes on the clock. That's for the players to take a break, reset, watch any VOD they need, and of course, take a breath. FG, do you think they're taking advantage of that time? Or is everyone just still locked in? Because that was a crazy way to finish to find out who's moving in.
I mean, if you won your last games, I don't think you really need a break. If you've had a bit of a hard time, maybe you do need a break. The mental tax it'll have on these players, especially the likes of Levi David, who knew they had to give their all in that last game, they might welcome the break a little bit, Shells. Correct me if I'm wrong. Some of these players will want to get straight back into it, won't they?
Yeah, I think it depends how you qualified. So, for example, Neat, he scored a last-minute winner. He had to hope on some other people's results to fall his way. If I'm him, I would like a little break. But maybe Levi the Weird, where I think he's been a bit disappointed in himself. I think he knows he's got a point to prove. And that last win against Levi Finn, that's the type of morale boost you want to take into the knockouts and try and start your tournament as fast as you can.
We'll have plenty of time to dive into this bracket, but first I want to revisit our league stage. Reminder, what was at stake? If you finished in the top 8, one of those green positions on the far left, you are guaranteed a top 16 finish at EWC 26. Bonanno, number 1 performer, the only one to go a perfect 6-0, is my player to watch. If you're looking out for some other big names, I feel like Levi Finn was red hot up until that final match. And then, of course, we've had some players sneaking in on the final day. A guy like Neat, who had to come all the way through the play-ins, FG.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that is the beauty of this format as a whole. We had a last chance qualifier. We had some play-ins before the main tournament kicked off, and Neat knocked out one of the greatest in the scene, arguably one of the GOATs, Tex, in a penalty shootout. Remember, last year's winner came through the play-ins as well, Manu Bashore. We're going to see him in action as well. As expected, he finished 7th. The big talking point, though, is that massive fixture, 10th against 23rd. Anders Vergang against Emre Yilmaz. And Emre Yilmaz, that will have a point to prove. He's so professional, Shells, that this won't matter anymore. He would have got this league stage out of his sort of mind, and this is all that matters. The chance to get yourself in the round of 16, for Emre's perspective, to face a very good friend, another teammate in Manu Bashore. But look at that round of 16, Alihan Lyon. We've not spoken about him much. He did beat Anders Vergang at some point. They could potentially meet, I think, in the semi-finals if they both get there. He's got a really, really good opportunity.
Yeah, even for like Nassad and Ali Alain, where we was talking about more of them in the start of the tournament, it's just, I've seen glimpses of all these players where I think, ooh, they could win it. But I think for Anders and Emre, what they have to their advantage, they've arguably got the hardest brackets I've ever seen. Whoever makes it out of them two, they're going to have that confidence. And if you beat the next round, Manu Bachor, you're going to be flying with confidence. If you beat Nasada, Levi DeWitt, or D. Fernandez, you're going to be flying with confidence. And if you can carry that to the final, anyone on the other side of the bracket will be absolutely terrified.
We got a very special guest joining us here in just a moment. FG, though, as I'm taking a look through this one more time, who do you think has the toughest quadrant? Bottom right seems to be the easy call out. If it's not bottom right, what is the second hardest?
Well, it is bottom right. I mean, there is no easy games in this bracket, but I am looking at the likes of Matthias Bonanno and thinking, well, okay, I could potentially play P8 in and Samu Gamer, of course. 2 very difficult games. Then you look at the other section and you think, I've got a good chance. He's on a roll, remember. He's completely undefeated, as you can see on my right-hand side.
The tallest content creator in all of FC.
You know what? When I found out you were coming, Denman, I tried to swap places with Shells, but they didn't let me. Great to see you, mate. Great to see you in Paris. How are you finding it so far?
I'm happy to be here, man. I need to speak about that knockout bracket. I know you've been speaking about it. That's crazy. No, I'm seeing Falcons versus Liquid, literally first round, kicking things off. It's a blockbuster. It's going to be sick.
As soon as I saw that 10 and 23, my old bracket brain started ticking, and I was like, oh, crap, that's happening in the first round. Impact of this first round. If you're Emre and you pull off the upset, are you now fired up, or are you exhausted after that battle?
Oh, to be completely honest with you, there's no better game to kickstart a knockout bracket than up against the current world champion, someone who you've had many battles with throughout the season as well. So it's going to be sick. I think whoever goes through that game, it wouldn't surprise me if they go all the way, because it is literally the confidence booster you need. Don't get me wrong, it's a tough one to start off with.
It was a 15-goal game last time, and it went in favor of Emery, but that was the last time he won a game. He finishes just on 7 points. He is going to be a player to watch out in Knockout Shell. So big storylines for you. What have you guys been enjoying? Because every time I come back, the 3 of you are just chatting it up out here.
Yeah, I mean, we've known Demon for a long time. And for Emre, I think he got into the knockouts round, and they're all so experienced. Once you get to this situation, everything resets. So you don't want to take in, you're not thinking about your form in the group stages, and he did beat Anders in the group stages, so I mean, he should have that confidence, but anything can happen. But Demon, I want to speak to you about the English players. Of course, you'll be representing them and working with them alongside. We only had one of the guys here, Red Lack. Of course, he had a disappointing tournament from his standard. But what do you think maybe the English side and the UK sides are maybe lacking compared to other nations, such as maybe Argentina? They got Banana and Nicholas, the Germans, Nasada. It's like, what do you think maybe the UK sides are lacking?
I mean, when we look at the English and the UK sides, we say we've got Tex, we've got Stingray,
but they're not here.
But they're not here. That is true.
I love them guys, but they're not here.
That is true. I think there's multiple factors. There's a lot of things which the English players and UK players would say as well. I think mentality could be one of them, which I think some people do admit themselves as well. But I think alongside that as well, opportunity. I think a lot of grassroots stuff. It'd be nice to see more grassroots things coming through for young players as well to be discovered. Some more esports teams in the UK as well to get discovered. But alongside that as well, as we see, Hez is just holding up Red Lack's key as we speak about Red Lack, and he's about to crush that.
Is it true that Hezers is the nicest guy in this competition?
Oh, he's incredible. You just want to give him a massive cuddle and a squeeze whenever you see him. Like, he's such a great guy. I don't know if you want to see this crushed before I carry on.
I was going to say, can we get a tight on Hezer's face? Is there a smirk? Is there a smile?
No, he feels bad, Hezer.
Yeah, he feels so bad, 100%.
Denman, a question for you then, based on the English players, because you mentioned, of course, Stingray's not here either. Will you potentially see, or I know you're involved in England gaming, are you potentially looking at other potential leagues for English players to play in to maximise the amount of players that are making it to these competitions? Because, of course, you've got the E-Premier League. Manchester City have won that numerous times in a row. They invest heavily in esports. From an English player's perspective, would they not be looking at going down a different route, like Red Lac did, being successful in their leagues and making ways here through other routes?
To be honest with you, that's just a brilliant question, because I was going to touch on that before we started to see the keys getting crossed. I've just floated his ego there. He's paid me to say that. But yeah, I think leagues is such a big thing as well, because you do look at some of the other leagues like E-Liga, and it runs for such a long time. Bundesliga as well runs for a long time. And I think for players, they just want to be playing the game at the highest level for as long as possible. And I think a lot of the English players, Shells can obviously say this as well, because he's played and he still does play as well. There's nothing better than just consistently being in competition, playing, staying hot. And you do notice it when you come to these tournaments, when you do match up against a French player or a player who's come from another country that's played in like the French league, the Bundesliga, you notice they're just hot, they're on fire. So yeah, if I was an English player, don't get me wrong, I love the Premier League, I love what it's all about, but hey, it's good to dip your toes in another league sometimes and try that experience.
It looks like they just threw another 10 minutes on the clock. So while we're waiting for that to tick down, can you tell me about your opinion? Who has had the strongest region since the start of FC, and who is at the top right now in 2026?
The strongest region in FC. Hey, I'm always going to back my EU West boys, because obviously the UK are in there. I think historically we've had some brilliant players come out of EU West from the French side of things, especially from the UK side of things, and Spain as well back in the day. They were absolutely brilliant. But I will say that South Americans over the last few years have always been brilliant. You always know when you play against a South American player, they're going to give you a game regardless, whether it's a massive name or whether it's somebody who's coming through like Guga as well, who's been absolutely incredible.
I think with the South Americans, though, they bring that little passion, the Vamos and stuff. That really, I think that really gets to the EU guys. I think the EU guys are more chilled. You see the Dutch and the UK, they maybe keep themselves to themselves. You come against a Brazilian and Argentinian, they're just screaming every time they score, and I think that really gets to their opponent.
I didn't even mention the Dutch as well. I feel like I'm doing a massive disservice to them. Like,
you mean Team Liquid?
Team Liquid, literally.
The Holland boys, I would say in country, the Holland boys, you can't really argue with Emery Yilmaz, Levi de Weerd, and Manu Bachor. I think them three, it'll be a hard three to try and beat.
But even then, we mentioned the Dutch, you're looking at Chris de Boer here as well. You're looking at Luke as well, like who've obviously both won. Sorry, I'm not sure if Luke's won a Cash Cup, but Chris won a Cash Cup last year as well, and Luke's always there and thereabouts. So there is a lot of talent coming from there as well.
And also the amount of work they put in it, the Dutch guys. We spoke to Renzo, we have done numerous times on either broadcast that we do. The amount of work they put in it, is that something that you guys take inspiration from? Of course, you're involved in sort of the more international scene now, working with England Gaming, doing some great work there. But the long-term goal, when you're up against the likes of the Dutch, they are super, super strong. How do you prepare, and then do you sort of take their blueprint and try and take it towards what you're doing at England?
Well, look, the way I see it, whenever you see these teams, the big teams like your Man Cities, your Leipzigs, your Liquids, your Falcons, they all follow a similar blueprint. They all care about their players a massive amount, but you see them all together. There's a massive cohesion between the teams, like all the coaches chiming in, helping individual players and stuff. It isn't separated. They're all together and they work so hard. But also, a lot of them have performance coaches. They try and find them extra 1%, which make the difference. A lot of people don't think it does, but it really does. If you could improve I remember seeing on Twitter a couple of years ago, Nico ended up having a performance coach who like improved like his reactions by like quite an impressive amount. And they're the kind of things which the best players do to find the margins, you know. And yeah, I think that's one which I definitely recommend players to do, to look after themselves outside of the game, and you'll reap the benefits inside of the game. Of course, you've got to be good at the game. You won't see me going to the gym and end up beating Anders Verjgang on a World Cup stage, but you know what I mean?
Speaking of Nikos, Nicholas was one of the cool stories of this tournament so far. He, of course, started off red hot, ended with a draw, frustrated after that. But then today, he seals the deal on Kasha with a game-ending kick. What did you see from the Iceman, and how long has he been bringing that kind of ice to his game?
Well, I mean, what I saw from the Iceman is exactly what you expect to get from Nico. I think the art of it is it doesn't matter about how you start. It's such a cliche. It's literally about how you finish. And he will take a lot of confidence from that. But the thing is with Nico, he's not a player who really needs confidence. He just knows it. He's going to perform at a high level. And I think when it comes to the knockouts, that's where we'll see the true Nico.
When you can see that free kick from a coach's perspective in the last minute, of course, it's from a tight angle, but I was sat next to Shells, and straight away Shells says he scored.
It's in
goal.
I knew it.
Yeah, it's 100% a goal. When you concede that from a coach's perspective, is that something you're trying to stop your players from conceding? Because it's late on in the game, he's hanging on. You know, that is the free kick that essentially has knocked him out of the competition. Is there any way to stop it, maybe with the forming of your wall, your goalkeeper movement? Or is it just a case of, he's got dead ball, it's inevitable, it's going in? Because, like I said, before he'd lined it up, Shells had already called it was going in.
Yeah, no, 100%. I think a lot of time people do try and put blockers in place, whether it's like a couple of extra men in the wall alongside somebody on the line, moving the keeper across in previous FCs and stuff. But yeah, I think especially when you do have some people who are so good at taking free kicks like Nico as well. Like if it was anybody else, I'd probably sit there and say, yeah, put someone on the wall, stick someone else in the line, and you're probably stopping it from going in.
What makes him so good at that, though?
Oh, I don't know.
He puts the hours in it. I've known Nico and players like Redlac, for example. Redlac won the EMLS from a set piece. These are some of the things where players don't really see much of, or maybe think, I'm not going to put that much time into it. I was one of those guys. Corners, come on, man. Let me focus on through balls and skill moves and stuff like that. But this is what can separate the difference from the best and winning a trophy. And I think for Nicholas, he is a complete player. And that set piece alone, I mean, I would have tried to make him score the other side personally, just because I think that's more harder to score for a player. But Nicholas is one of the best in the world.
Is that the Falcons getting rowdy behind us?
It absolutely is. I mean, no surprise. They've been making loads of noise. Abu Maka's getting ready to face Neat as well. The games are going to be starting very, very soon. It's Knockout FC now, Puck. This is serious. We have to obviously get a prediction.
Yeah,
Mr. Denver.
Can we bring up the bracket one more time? Let's grill our Denver.
Let's grill him. He's very, very good with his knowledge in the scene. You are the man to beat at the minute, Puckett, because you were fantastic in your predictions. JD, looking at this.
Am I going one by one?
Yeah, let's start top left.
Go on.
Yeah, PH Sin versus Samu. What do you got for me?
You know what? I'm going to back Samu because I think just he's been incredible like the last few years. Like he's come through and really shown what he's capable of. And I think it's one of those tournaments where like that bracket could potentially open up for him as well, especially if he gets through PH in and then Banana. I mean, you never know what can happen. Obviously, Banana's going to be hard to get through and PH in, but you know what? Sometimes it's just your tournament, and Samu's shown enough to prove that he can go all the way.
And I can see behind us, Abu Maka and Neat are setting up also on the stage.
Abu Maka's a hard player to play against. I really, really like Neat, but I'm going to go with Abu Maka on this one.
Over on the second stage, MS Tassari will be facing off against Chris de Boer.
So it's either go against the crowd or support Nick, who is the coach of obviously England. Right, let me have a look.
You can say it quietly if you want.
I love Chris.
Okay.
I'm going to go with M. Dasari.
And then Kareem versus Milkalov, our lowest ranked player.
I'm actually going to go with Kareem here. I think he's had a really good illegal in season with AS Monaco and obviously his teammate. So yeah, I'm going to go Kareem. I like the passion he brings as well. He's a flair player. It looks good.
You know what? I mean, you'd be silly to back against it. Let's go to if we were to go to the other side, RVP legend Umut. That's an interesting game because Umut is always there or thereabouts. RVP's done really, really well. I'd see that one going.
For me personally, it's a coin flip because when RVP turns it on, you can't defend him. But at the same time, like, Umut is incredible.
I've got a question for you, Demon, quickly. See on the left-hand side bracket, I already said it. If I'm a player, I think this could be my chance for my final. From a coach's point, what would you maybe tell your player? Because you can kind of see what I'm talking about. We're not on that bottom right side. We have a chance to maybe become World Cup champion. What would you maybe tell your player?
Honestly, like, I think the best mentality is just one game at a time. Because if you look too far down the end of the bracket, you might sit there and think, like, oh, if we win that, we play against him. Bro, focus on the game which you got in front of you first and see what happens. But you are right. If you're looking at a bracket, especially us sat here, you're thinking, yo, this might be my only chance.
Emre Yilmaz, Anders Vergang. We can't let you get away with that one. We'll leave the D Fernandez one as well.
Thing is, if I say Emre right now and Anders hears that, he's DMing me on Instagram. Just loads of rubbish.
Final question for you. You, of course, volunteered your time to come up here. So how can we pay you back for all the people that are headed to a commercial break? Where should they head to follow you and all of your content?
Yeah, just follow me, Denman, on all socials, Twitter, TikTok, Instagram, all them good stuff. And how you can pay me back? These boys can buy me something later.
There we go. We'll find you after the show. In the meantime, we got to head to a short break. When we come back, I have a feeling the Falcons are going to start flying high. They're getting loud here in Paris.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Qiddiya City, powered by play.
We were there. For every click, every clutch, every respawn. We were there for the years of grind, and we're here. Now, the proud founding partner of EWC. Powering the biggest event in gaming, shoulder to shoulder with the world's best, making history. Greatness deserves a stage. Lenovo Legion. Reach your impossible.
TFT finals are taking place today, but there's a little bit more nuance to that. So Trav's joining me to give us an update as to what we can expect and what's happening for the club championship points.
Well, we're in the third, fourth playoffs at the moment, so it's AGL versus Flash Wolves. So big swinger here, it's 500 points or 300 points, depending on who gets the victory. So AGL, being in 16 games across the Esports World Cup, kind of desperate to get these points on the board because they're going to be a real contender in the future weeks. Coming up just after this, though, is Team Vision versus Aurora Gaming for first and second place. So getting those 1,000 points on the board will be absolutely huge for Team Vision mainly, just because this is the last game they're going to be competing in the Esports World Cup. So they've got to get that lasting score. They want to try and stay up towards the later portions of the Esports World Cup, and that 1,000 points will go a long way.
All right, well, thank you so much for the update. Pretty insightful, especially for AJL and how that ties in with the rest of the club championship points. That's it from us over here. We'll see you around.
What is up, guys? So I don't know if you've noticed, but we've been having interviews over here in this space. This is actually the EAFC Fan Festival, and I'm going to test out my skills. We got dribbling, passing. We're going to test my shot speed as well. Let's see if I can get a high score. So the stats are in. My Ultimate Team card has officially arrived, and honestly, I'm pretty proud of it. 96 overall. We got 95 defending, 95 dribbling. So if you guys are here in Paris, come check out the EAFC Fan Festival. Try to beat my high score. Good luck.
I think we have time to play other games outside EAFC. Yeah, for example, it's summer, or maybe if you don't reach a tournament, you have a lot of time to play other game.
I don't really play other games besides EAFC, to be honest. I used to, but I just kind of stopped when I really got competitive into EAFC.
My all-time favorite PlayStation game, I think God of War. I played every single one from PlayStation 2 to now PS5, so I love it.
Once I will say God of War Ragnarok, the last one. I like to play it. It was a good adventure.
Well, my favorite PlayStation game, of course, it's EAFC. Like it's my passion. I love football. It's also my job.
No, I love trophy hunting, but it depends if it's really hard or it's just a hard like a unit time. But sometimes I can go for the platinum, and sometimes I will stay with the silver one.
Honestly, to hunt the trophies in all the games is not like my priority. I just like to enjoy the game, play, just follow the story, and that's it. Even in EAFC, I don't have a platinum trophy, so.
When I'm about to walk out on the stage, I think only to the game, to give all my life to this game, like it will be the last game of my career. My feeling right now is nervous, but also chill, because I know my quality and I'm here to win. I'm creating plays in my mind, but I don't want to think much about it. I just want to play. I don't care about my opponents. I know my quality, and I know if I play well, I win. My reach before the game is like joining the mood of the game, don't eat, and stay focused. When my name is called, obviously I feel amazing. I feel happy because it's my dream. Let's go, no fear.
Well, this is it. The knockout stages have finally arrived here in Paris after a lengthy 4 days of action. 36 players came here to Paris as part of the FC Pro World Championships with one dream: just make it to the knockouts. That was the dream after 6 long rounds of group phase. Now, 24 remain, 12 players eliminated, but after this round, 8 more players will leave the competition. Brandon Smith and Jaime Alvarez taking you through just 4 of these first round games. But Grav, what a bracket, what a knockout bracket. All eyes, no doubt, are on Anders Vergang against Emre Yilmaz. Not in a final, in a round of 24.
I mean, that lower part of the bracket is just something else. Anders against Emre Yilmaz, and then Manu Bashar waiting for one of them. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen in there. But not only that, in case whoever gets out on top of that bracket, which is going to be a hard task, should play against the winner between Nasada, Levy, or T. Fernandez. That part of the bracket is crazy. I'm going just nuts thinking about it. But first things first, we gotta go to the higher part of the bracket. And to be fair, Brandon, I might leave you in here, and I might go to join the Team Falcon fans, because MS Dosari is playing in the World Championship again, as we can see.
Well, 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 where do we start this round of 24 journey, Grav? MS Dosari against Chris de Boer sounds like the perfect starter. Abu Maka taking on Neat. These are just some of the first knockout games. PH in against Samu Gamer. They've never played a competitive game before. How about that in the FC Pro World Championships? And Karim is back against Milka Love. I mean, there's so much history between these games, but this is the game that's got the most history, because they played a few days ago.
They did. And who came out on top, Brandon?
MS Dosari, 4 goals to 3. And you can't quite see it, but in the corner of our stage, in front of this game here, there's the play, there's the first finesse of the game. It's teed around the post and out for a corner. MS Dosari has regrouped every Team Falcons member, fan, Saudi Arabian player that's competing. They're all backing him because they know this could be the last hurrah for Dosari.
It could be the last dance, and first chance.
Dosari scores first. 6.5 minutes in. And you could already hear the Team Falcon fans roaring behind his name.
Listen, I wouldn't want to face MS Dosari on a knockout bracket at the World Championship. It's just a different monster. And as we can see, he's attacking on the left wing. That's where the first goal came from. And O'Reilly going for the attack as well.
Surely not a double for Dosari here. Musiala! Oh, it's beautiful! Maybe the king of the jungle. He's back!
It all started with the analog sprinting from O'Reilly, which is an interesting choice, because people would want to use the quick step on the fullback. But of course, we are in July and we have 4 playstyles, so you can definitely use rapid. He attacked to the 2v1, scored a second one, 2-0.
Updates, PH in, Samu Gamer. It is Samu Gamer who strikes first in that one.
Not just once, but twice, because McTominay with a beautiful finish to make it 2-0. What's going on, Brandon?
Dosari's 3-0 up.
A much needed pause coming in, because at the moment, the king of the jungle is cruising.
And you have to say, looking at the bracket, you would rather be on the side that he is at this moment in time, Gravison, because his next match could be Levy Finn, who, don't get me wrong, has been fantastic in the league phase. But would you rather play Levy Finn, or would you rather play Manu Bashore?
I think you got
or Nicholas.
A right answer to that.
Or Anders.
I'm sorry, Levy Finn.
Levy Finn, of course, fantastic player, a winner in his own right. But you look at the previous history at Worlds, at FC Pro Championships. Samu Gamer might be 3-0 up here. Oh my days, he is. The start that some of these players are having in their first knockout game. I don't know if we can show you. We've got a 4-way split of the 4 games that are taking place right now in front of our eyes. We will do our best to give you the updates here. Karim is back, he's leading by a goal to 0. Abu Maka is all square against Neat. We have to have a quick word on that, Grav. The only Spaniard in the tournament. You must be happy that he just about squeezed through into the knockouts.
He did. It was. There's something about Spaniards at the World Championship. Reminded of JRA scoring a goal in the last minute to qualify, same as Neat. And of course, it was lucky, let's just say, because he did score against PH, but now he's playing against Abu Maka. And the clear favorite is the Saudi. So let's see if Neat's able to come on top.
Four games taking place at the same time. And then following this one, the games get even better. You have got the bottom half of this round of 24. Luke Weidevel, Paulo Neto, RVP legend against Umit. D. Fernandez, Levi David, who got himself through. And the game of all games. As Kike Nazareth fakes the shot. There comes the finesse, and that's a corner for Samu Gamer. The game of the round, Anders Vergang, Emre Yilmaz. A final that we saw at the FC Pro Open. A final we saw at the E-Euros. Two of the very best. One of them will not be lifting the World Championship this year. And one of them will be eliminated before Championship Sunday. Musiala, Samu Gamer cooking towards a third goal. Bellissimo! If that was the right game. If that was the right game.
That's four games now.
Someone tell me what's beautiful in German. That was Milkolov that got a goal back, sorry. Right, he's only 2-1 down now. Karim is back, by the way. What a day, what a final day. I mean, we have to say it. Some players have really benefited, Grav, with playing their last group games today and then going straight into knockouts, which sounds crazy because half of the competition that came through weren't looking great after 3 days.
Definitely not. I mean, Karim is back. Just talking about today, 5-1 win against T. Fernandez, 4-0 win against Virgil, and now leading 2-1. Yes, 2-1 against Milkolov. So he's unbeaten today. He's playing.
And what does this say about the world rankings as well, Gravison? The lowest ranked player in the competition. I think Richard Buckley was comparing it to Kings Lynn, a football club in the non-league of England. It's basically like them getting to the quarterfinals of an FA Cup.
But sometimes these things happen, and that's the thing of beauty of competitive FC. Anyone can beat anyone, and that's why we're here, to see who comes out on top.
Well, as far as it looks, only one player from the top 10 in the world rankings did not make it through to the knockouts, and that was Jafonso, who's 8th in the world at the moment. The other 8 players that are here from the top 10 world rankings are all in the competition still. Who would you have said, Grav, was the shock exit for you?
For me, Jafonso probably. I didn't expect the EWC World Champion 2024 to...
Chance Abu Maka, there's the play, look at the back post. And that's an equaliser against Neat. Don't forget that he was 4-0 down against Ilian Bushi, Abu Maka, and still came back and won that 6-4. So I think actually went on to be about 8-7 in the end. You do not count him out.
Never. Which one was yours? Your surprise?
I'd have to say the shock of the league phase for me. I mean, 12 players fell out, as we know. Brees, runner-up last year in the World Championships, he fell out. Ilian Bushi, I maybe expected a little bit more, but I have to say, 5 Italians out. There were 7 of them that qualified, 8 if you want to include Mattias Banano in that, but 5 of the 7 out in the league phase. After such a good season from them, I expected them maybe to go a little bit further. Right, updates you can see on the right-hand side of your screen. I think we should go back to it because I think the audience will want to see it. MS Dasari, Chris de Boer. We say about not counting players out. Don't count Chris de Boer out. And don't count MS Dasari out. He's got a 3-goal gap, I should say, back in the game. He's got a 4-1 lead here. Why are we seeing such an in-form MS Dasari? Because, as I said, Grav, we haven't seen him on the world stage other than a little bit in Atlanta, didn't get in the FC Pro Open, and then we see him go and do well in the Saudi Pro League. He's clearly been putting in a lot of time for this.
Definitely, and I'm sure we all know that MS Dasari is a great player, but when it comes to the World Championship stage, it's a whole different beast. He's overloading the left side of the pitch, he's attacking, he's looking for the 2v1s with Nico Riley with the rapid playstyle, and it's paying off, because then with Bellingham he has a lot of options. He can go for the low driven, he can go for the finesse, and that's the reason why he's winning this match at the moment.
And that is no disrespect against MS Tassari. He's a world champion in his own right, but this is the first time he's been at a world championship since 2019. We haven't seen him for quite some time, and that's because he's been busy with Team Falcons as well. We have got a 4-box that I'm hoping we could potentially show you at home if we get a chance to show you all the games that we can see in front of our eyes. There's an update here, Grav, and it looks like Milka Love is 3-2 up.
Wow. You can see the reaction from the players, because as we just see, this 4-box. Brandon, you ask for it?
Let's stay here for a second. I mean, look, this is all the scores as it currently stands. Stay with us, home. We're in the knockouts. Milka Love 3-2 up at half-time. MS Tassari 5-1 up. What a time to find your form.
He's come to crush Team Liquid's kiss, and he's delivering.
Unbelievable. Abu Maka, by the way, 3-2 up now. Last chance of the half looks to fall that way. I mean, if we can go back to Samu Gamer, PH in, by the way, for me, this might be one of the shock results of the round. We know both these two are fantastic, but PH in was in great form, ending the league phase today. He's currently 4-0 down.
And throughout the whole season as well. La Liga FC Pro, E-League, ECL, he's been great.
Cuts it back, there's the extra pass. This is the game we're speaking about. Please keep in mind, we are playing until there are 8 players left in the competition. That is all that will be played tomorrow. The quarterfinals, the semi-finals. We've got a show match as well, as Karim Benzema will be joining us in Paris live for our final day of action. But before we get there, we have got to whittle down 24 to the best 8. Milka Love has scored again, and Samu Gamer has come very close there, Grav, to being 5-0 up before half-time. What kind of confidence does that give you for Samu Gamer? On the other side, how do you pick yourself up if you're PH in?
It is a difficult one, because PH is a great attacker, but Samu has developed a lot since last year, especially on the player switching side of things. Not only that, but he really keeps the momentum going backwards as defending, because it's really hard to track sometimes the passing lanes, and he does that really well. I'm surprised, because Samu did start to be a great attacker last year, and it paid off, because he was unbeaten on the group stage in the ECL last year. But this year, defending, I mean, just considering 0 goals against PH in the first half, it's incredible.
We didn't have a bad outing last year, did he, in the World Championship? Samu Gamer was really impressive there. Half-time, Samu Gamer 4, PH in 0. This is the 4-box screen as we join this one. 5-2 Milka Love.
Wow. I'm sure Richard Buckley is happy somewhere, because his dark horse is at the moment between 16 best players in the whole world if he manages to get this done.
The best part is as well, he's got no coach with him. He's got nobody alongside him. He is a lone wolf out there. And he does not care at all. Karim. Might be down by 3 goals, but do not count out the Moroccan here as he tries to guide his way in. That's going to be an easy collection for the goalkeeper. All right, half-time. MS Tassari's just gone into half-time in that game. He won't go to it, but he is 5-1 up. Incredible from Tassari. How good is it as well to remember he won the World Championship in 2018, Grav, to be 7 years on from that. We've been 8 years on from that. And for him to compete in like this, that's a brilliant through ball. There's the chip. There's a goal back for Karim. How'd you keep up at that level of competition?
I think we'd have to ask Nicolas as well, because they are the only 2 players who've been competing at the top since 2018, 17, 19. And it's really hard, because you got to be professional. Of course, when you're 20 years old, 18, the only thing that matters in life is just FC and playing the game. But when you get to be a little bit older, of of course, family comes in, other business ventures as well. And to be fair, I don't know how to do it, because we all have the same 24 hours a day, but it seems like Emis Tosari just does a lot of things right.
He's finding more time from somewhere. I mean, he lifted the trophy of Cristiano Ronaldo last year in Saudi Arabia, the club championship. They are the two-time club championship winners, Team Falcons. Of course, there's 25 different tournaments here at the Esports World Cup. The FC Pro World Championships is just one of those. That's brilliant close control dribbling. He nearly got close enough to find that one into the back of the net. For those asking in the chat, Anders is not out. Anders Vergame plays Emre Yilmaz in the next set of games. The loser of that will most definitely be eliminated. And in case you missed the game of the league phase, Emre did beat Anders. T. Fernandez plays Levy. Luke Weidevel plays Paolo Neto, and RVP legend plays Umit. What's more interesting, Grav, is who plays who from these games. Because the winner of Emis Tosari or Chris de Boer will play Levy Finn. And guess who Milkolov gets for a reward for going through?
Surely it's an easier match.
No, it's Nicholas. Nicholas waits for the winner of that game. Look, this is how we're looking now. Grav, where do you want to go next?
I would say probably Abubakar Nit.
Shall we go there now? Maybe in time for a goal. 3-2 here for Abubakar. That would be one hell of a game, by the way. If Abubakar could match Emis Tosari in the semi-finals, which could happen. There was certainly a little bit of a rivalry maybe building between the two. Of course, once upon a time, Abubakar was a player of Team Falcons. This year, he had to play against his former boss in the Saudi Pro League, where he became champion. Actually played twice. He lost and he beat him in the most important game.
I had the chance to speak with Nit prior to this game, and he told me he wasn't feeling comfortable with the defense throughout the whole week. And you can definitely see how when Abubakar gets the ball into these positions, I don't think Nit's comfortable trying to track the passing lanes and trying to press with the second man press as well. But the game's still alive, 3-2.
6-1. Tosari is leading. Chris de Boer is no fool. He is a top player. But even him, this is a big ask. This was goal number 6, Grav.
Wow. Freeman, the right back.
That is right back.
That's the right back, Freeman. But it all starts on the left side of the pitch every single time. Just as we see. Whoa, Brandon. Karim knows. He knows. Milka knows as well. Great goal.
As it stands, Abubakar 3-2 against Knee. Milkolov 6-3 against Karim is back. PH in is still 4-0 down. He just can't get comfortable is the best way to describe it, Grav. He's got 28 minutes to save his World Championship dream, and it's not looking good.
It's not looking good because he's not going forward as he needs. We'll just break it down in a second.
Abubakar.
When the ball gets to the cam, of course, he has to defend this need. And you can see Abubakar's patiently passing the ball. Good defense now in here. As he gets the ball to the cam, he has to go forward. He has to go forward, look for the pass. He does. And if he goes backwards, which he can, he has to trigger runs with Bellingham, with, as you can see, as he's doing now with Granit Xhaka. This is what he needs to do. Because Abubakar's defending with, at the moment, 9 players on his side of the pitch. So you gotta push bodies forward, as Nit's doing. This could be a great attack, well defended by Vitinha. Great defense. I like the way Nit's playing now. He's pushing bodies forward with the midfields. But he doesn't know what to do with the ball when he gets to those instances. I feel like that there's something lacking from Nit. 2 things, in my opinion, which would be the player locks and the creative runs as well.
Let's go somewhere else. PH in. Samu.
Samu.
They've never played before, but I tell you what, PH in might not want to play him again unless he can get a goal back now. Bellingham twisting, turning. Is that one back? No. That was the chance to build a bit of momentum.
this was it. This was his chance. Not only of scoring a goal, but of getting some confidence back. Because at each minute passes, you're just feeling like there's not a chance of you scoring a goal because your opponent's reading everything, his players switching right. I'm being impressed by Samu, Brandon.
Who's he play next? He'll play Matthias Bonanno in his next game, the round of 16 game. Remember, at this point, you've already guaranteed yourself $12,500 amongst the $1 million plus prize pool. You win again. $15,000 for a round of 16, and of course the prize money goes up and up and up. You get to a top 8, $40,000 guaranteed. The perfect way to conclude your season. Should we go back to MS Dasari? 4-0 here. I'm surprised with some of these scorelines, by the way, and how one-sided that they've been. MS Dasari is 7-1 up.
There's something that we didn't know was going to happen. That was MS Dasari being able to withstand the rhythm of FC26 because it gets really high.
Musiala off the bar. Is it just one of those days for PH in? I think he knows it.
He knows 16 minutes left. He's not scored a goal yet. He knows this is it.
Well, by the looks of it, our first full time will be Milka Love against Karim. They're in a pause at the moment. Shall we go to MS Dasari? If we can. Let's jump there now. Or not yet.
Not yet. Sorry, Brandon, go on.
Abu Maka 50 minutes away here, Grab, from sending himself into the next round.
I do think Need's not found an answer yet to the 4-5-1 of Abu Maka. Of course, we all know the 4-5-1 now, but back in FC24, Abu Maka was using it, and this could be it. Well defended. He has to go forward, gets the ball, and this could be a great attack.
You have just witnessed a lovely free kick there from Karim Isbat. I'm sure we'll get the replay of it. But let's jump around to the game that's probably going to finish first. The first player that will be going through to the round of 16. Karim Isbat, Milka Love. Can we go there now? 7 minutes left. This was the goal that we missed. Karim with a lovely free kick from Lionel Messi. That made it 6-4. He's got 6 minutes, but he needs to be great for these last 6 minutes.
And this could be it. Is he through? Is he onside? He is, Brandon.
Chance, Abu Maka, that's going to go for a corner. Right, let's go to it now. This is our 4 box. This game will finish first. So let's stay here. Winner plays Nicholas in the next round. That will be live today on this broadcast, so do not go anywhere. Chance, Mohamed Salah. That's going to go for a throw-in right in the corner there. What we'll do, we will try our best to give you every single concluding moment from this first round. PH has got a goal back. You can see there on the right-hand side of your screen. Unfortunately, he's only got 10 minutes left. That's a big ask.
Surely not doable.
Who's been the most impressive for you here, Grav, out of these 4?
Has to be MS Dasari. I mean, 8-1 in a round of 24.
MS Dasari, 8-1. He leads against Chris de Boer. Right, our first full time of this knockout round. Milka Love defying the odds. He's creating his own world rankings at this point. He doesn't care. He's off to a round of 16 in his first ever FC Pro World Championships. Karim is back out and Milka Love through. But has he got enough ice to get past the Iceman? First full time, done. Let's go to our next full time game. Samu Gamer, PH in. Closing stages there. And Samu Gamer may have just put an exclamation mark on the result. Desiree Doué, 6-1.
Wow. Brilliant performance by the Italian. I'm just surprised at the way he's been defending throughout the whole season, particularly throughout this week as well. And of course, he's knocked out the first South American in PH. The following one would be Matias Bonanno.
Well, that was the replay.
Oh.
I mean, what a performance from Samu Gamer. Unbelievable. Right, closing stages here. PH in, just can't find a way through. It will be the end of his FC Pro World Championship. I mean, a much better season from the Brazilian that we know and expect from him. He goes through. Matias Bonanno waits for Samu Gamer.
I don't know how to call that one. I mean, Matias Bonanno is still undefeated.
Sorry, can we go to MS Dasari just for a split second? Oh my days. MS Dasari is 10-1 up. 10-1 he leads.
Wow. You're telling me we live in a world in which in 2026 we could see MS Dasari becoming a two-time world champ. Could that happen, Brandon?
Apparently so. I'm all for it, though.
It makes two of us.
Congratulations, Samu Gamer. Handshakes between the two. PH in, out. Samu Gamer through. He plays Nicholas. Congratulations. Right, that's 2 games done. Milkalov through. Samu Gamer through. But let's go to Ni Abu Maka, because that might be the last nail in the coffin over there. Sorry, Grav. It looks like Spain are going out.
It is what it is. Of course, I'm devastated for Need, but if we look at the tournament, if we look at this specific match, Abu Maka deserves it. Need has been inconsistent throughout the whole season. He's been inconsistent as well, but in this tournament and in this match, but I'm sure he'll go at it, back at it again next year, and hopefully
there's a goal back.
A better matter.
Full time. Abu Maka against Ni, by the way, that's just concluded. Congratulations, Abu Maka. He will go through and he will play Hezers in the round of 16, but we'll stay with this one for a full time. MS Dasari 10. Yeah, you are reading this right. 10 goals scored against Chris de Boer. This has been the performance of the knockout so far. The 2018 world champion, the king of the jungle. There was question marks over, has he still got it? By God, he has. Unbelievable. He ain't done yet either. 11-2. MS Dasari's on his way through to the next stage of the knockouts.
The king of the jungle is back.
What's happened to those hands? They've got better. Unbelievable scenes. Samu Gamer through, Abu Maka through, MS Dasari through, and Milkalov through, but still to come after this break. Anders Vergang, Emre Yilmaz in a knockout game. It's up next after this.
Play is in our DNA. Whenever we let it out, it becomes our superpower. Now imagine an entire city being built to supercharge it. Kadir City, powered by play.
This ain't no regular thing. I came for the ring, you know what I mean. You see my name in the lights, better get right, I'm
I'm Chris. My gamer tag is Chris de Boer, my normal name as well. And I represent AFC Ajax. Well, I'm a 19-year-old who just loves football, to be honest. And I used to play it a lot when I was young. And then when the pandemic hit, I just started to play a lot of EWC. And now I'm here in the Esports World Cup. A lot of people maybe wouldn't say I'm the most stereotypical gamer. But yeah, it's kind of who I am. I like to play and compete, but on the other hand, I also am just a guy who likes to go out, to do social things. And, yeah, just a fun guy to be around, I think. If I were to be an EFC Ultimate card, it would probably be Frankie de Jong, I think. The way he plays, really good on the ball, just really has good vision of the whole pitch. Football IQ, I think that's kind of where I'm good at. The December Cup in 2024 was huge for me. It was a huge change in my perspective on me as an esports player. I was still a rookie in that second season of mine, and then that tournament came, and I beat Jafonso, who was the world champion the year before, in the lead up to winning the tournament in the quarterfinals, I believe. And that kind of gave me the feeling I was actually really good at this, and I could compete at the highest level. And I think that was the starting point of where I felt like, okay, I'm gonna really take this serious and take my chances here. Well,
a janela de
how
configuração da
this
frente.
early elimination last year impacted me was more so being happy I qualified, and afterwards I played the world champion Manu Bachor in the first game, and in the second game I played my Levi de Weert, also my teammate. Of course, I lost against Manu Bachor the first game. I was 4-2 up in minute 70. I played actually really well. But then the last 20 minutes I kind of choked. Then like an hour after I had to play Levi. It was hard to get mentally back up after that game, so that first loss. And Levi is also my teammate, and I rate him really highly, and he played amazing. I didn't play my level. So it's Levi
Extra pass that makes all the difference.
When I was eliminated, I felt like disappointed, of course, but also felt like, especially looking further in the tournament, seeing them progress to the final and the semi-final was like, if I were to lose, against my teammates and against the number 1 and number 3 of this tournament. They're the worst people to lose to, but yeah, it still hurts, of course. For tournaments like this, like EWC, it's the biggest tournament for us. I think now I can really have that experience and take that with me during the games. Well, you're never going to a tournament not to win the tournament, but if I'm realistic, I just want to show myself at my best level and see where I come out. But of course, I'm not gonna sit there and say I'm gonna play for second place. Of course, you want to win the tournament, it's your dream. So let's say that's my goal.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm so excited for this interview because we are speaking to the lowest ranked player coming into this competition, and he has just qualified for the round of 16 after that win versus Kareem. Talk to me about that match because you absolutely smashed it.
Yeah, I think I started really bad in the matchup. I was 2-0 down in the first 50 minutes, I think. But I feel like from that point, I played so much better, and in the end, it's deserved, I think.
Now let's talk more about that league phase as well. Your matchmaking was so tough. You had to go against Matthias Bonanno, Anders, Alihan as well. So talk to me how you feel about the entirety of the league phase.
Yeah, I think I had a really good day 1 where I got 6 out of 6. But on the second day, I knew it would be tough because like Bonanno and Anders obviously are one of the best in the competition. And yeah, against Bonanno, I still played good, I think. I think I lost by 1. But against Anders, I was really unsatisfied, and yeah, but in the end, I managed to get 9 points, and yeah.
Now talk to me as well, being the lowest ranked player in the competition. People didn't know what to expect, and you were exceeding everyone's expectations. So does that put a little bit of a chip on your shoulder? You had a little bit to prove there, being the lowest ranked player?
To be honest, I don't really care about that because I had that same role at VBA as well, because it was my first time qualifying for the grand final there. And obviously everyone thinks that I am not the favorite for any game, but people that plays against me know that I have the level, and yeah, I proved that now.
You absolutely proved that, and you're gonna have to prove that up against Nicholas next round. So how are you thinking about that matchup?
Yeah, for me, Nicolas is maybe top 3 in this game right now from what I've seen in practice, but yeah, I don't know. I just play my game. If I win, I win. If I don't, I don't. Let's see.
All right, well, thank you so much. Guys, over at the desk, Milk of Love, are we just loving his gameplay?
I'm a big fan of this man. He came in with the lowest rank, but he did not play that way. He made it through leagues, and now he's into the top 16. We got FG and Shells to break everything down. Guys, I'm here on Wikipedia. He's got total earnings $13,655. He's already guaranteed $12,500 after that win, Shells.
Yeah, I mean, what I love about him is actually his attitude about it. That interview right there, even just like doesn't seem too phased if he wins or loses. He believes in himself, which is the main thing about it. But I think he's got the right attitude because all the pressure is on his opponents. He is the lowest ranked seeded player, so he should use that to his advantage. And who knows, if he wins this whole thing, I'm sure his prize money will be doubled.
He's not the only one with big wins in this round. We hear all kinds of noise from some Falcons fans here in Paris. The FC fans are out and they are loud, FG.
Yeah, the Falcons fans are here. They made loads of noise for MS Dasari and he answered. What a performance by him.
11 goals.
Only the 11 goals, double figures. And up next for the Falcons fans is Anders Vergang. They've been making so much noise, making this arena a bit of a cauldron for him. Someone like Anders absolutely relishes that. You can hear them in the background making noise as well. When the games kick off, you won't be able to hear a thing in here.
Stage managers had to go over there and quiet them down just so we could do an interview. I think we just let them rip.
Yeah, absolutely.
If you made it out here to watch some FC, you deserve to be loud, and we want to hear you all night long. Let's take a look here at some of our standings, where we're at after league play, and what we have in front of us now that we are into the knockout bracket. Remember, the top 8 performers got that bye straight into the round of 16. Everyone else having to play through after we whittled down our first 12 competitors.
Yeah, so now, of course, the people in the round 24, I would like to say, if you made it to the round of 16, you do have a little bit of an advantage. You're a bit warm. You've just come off a game. So the guys that have been waiting in the round of 16, yes, you got to skip around, but you've been sitting cold for half an hour, 45 minutes, which can come into play, but there's a reason why they made it into the top 8, because these guys have been sensational in the tournament so far.
FG, we see PH Zin now out. Neat is now out. Yeah. We're going to see MS Dossary and Abu Maka making their way through. Saudi Arabia, well represented in this tournament.
Yeah, no surprise, really. They put so much into esports. They've done fantastically. Abu Maka again. I mean, we're talking so much about MS Dossary and the Falcons, but Abu Maka is the current Saudi League champion. It'll be interesting to see whether them two go up against each other at one point within the bracket. We've got our round of 16 from the left-hand side. Some incredible games to come. If you look over to the other side, the right-hand side, I assure you, it's not 0-0 in any of them games. They're just games we're about to see. That round of 24, there's only one fixture we're focusing on at the bottom.
There's 3 horses, but the biggest one has the biggest fight against the Falcon.
Yeah, I mean, MA Yilmaz, I think all eyes on this game for both of them. I think for both players, there's a lot at stake here, but MA Yilmaz knows he's got a job to do, even to defend his Team Liquid boys, because they don't want the Anders coming through against them.
Big shout out to everyone who made it out to Paris, and of course everyone who's been tuning in online. We have a mystery nation. They are not represented in this round, but we have more clues coming for you. Hair plugs, some special players, and of course the Crescent Stars. It starts with a letter T and it's from Europe. In the meantime, we gotta go to the stage for another round of action. This is your top 24 playing in to the round of 16.
Well, here you go. It's all kicking off, I'll be honest. So we're just filming a short bit for the official EWC channels, Chris. So here we go. We are underway, and what a game it's going to be. Richard Buckley joined alongside Ryan Pessoa. I was a little bit taken aback, but I'm not going to be taken aback by this upcoming set of fixtures, Ryan, because we are in for some absolute crackers.
Yeah, I think we'll save. Well, I was going to say save the best till last, but he's on camera. Anders Vergang up against Emre Yilmaz. It feels like these two are always up against each other in important moments of tournaments in the more recent seasons. Paolo Neto, he's got a big game up against Luke. RVP legend we saw on the camera as well. He's playing against Umut. And D. Fernandez up against Levi De Veer. That is a huge matchup as well.
I've seen a lot of people asking in the Twitch chat at home and wanting to find out a few more clues on the Mystery Nation. Well, I can reveal one to you now. Arda Güler and Hakan Çalhanoğlu represent this country. If that doesn't give it away, I don't know what will. Emre Yilmaz versus Anders Vergang. We only saw him in action 2 days ago. It was maybe the longest game we've seen.
Yeah, a lot of drama.
At the FC Pro World Championships. Well, that's not the only game that we're going to be covering, because another cracking match taking place on the stage. Umut against RVP Legend. Just so many titles, so much prize money, so many accolades on the main stage. I mean, Umut, I'll be completely honest, those last couple of results, especially the smoke game.
Yeah, that was a weird one.
Just a strange end to the day for him, wasn't it?
Bit of a mixed bag, because he started off so well. He was unbeaten coming into today. So he had a lot of expectation on his shoulders. And his Vergang, if you missed their recent matchup a few days ago, there was drama towards the end of it, and he didn't end up shaking Emre Yilmaz's hand again, which has been a common theme for Anders.
You're probably wondering, how is this even a first round knockout game? Well, really, you have to put the blame on Emre Yilmaz for this. They're first and second in the world on the FC Pro World Rankings, but when you look at this particular tournament, Emre Yilmaz finished 22nd in the group stage. That was 3 losses, MS Dasari, PH Zin and Guga Faraz, but he beat this man 8-7. You've got a massive smile on your face, Ryan.
Honestly, I can't wait for this game.
1 versus 2 in the world rankings. Only one will go through here at the FC Pro World Championships.
Do you know what's upsetting for me? It's just that this came too early in the knockouts for me, but look at the first chance could have come Anders' way. You will see the club championship points on the screen there. Team Falcons 600 points as it stands. I'll be hoping that Anders and all Sorry, can go far in this tournament to help get some more points on the board. And for Team Liquid, they need to get going, and they've got a lot of opportunities to do so here.
Absolutely. Anders Vergang kicking from left to right. Emre Yilmaz from right to left in that blue strip. We will be keeping you up to date with the other matches as they do transpire here. RVP legend Umut, as we mentioned. Luke versus Paulo Neto, and Di Fernandez taking on another Team Liquid player, Levi David. Chance here for Emre Yilmaz. The finesse shot slightly wide as he opened up his body.
Yeah, I thought he was going to play the pass in there towards Dembele. I don't know if he expected that much space. I was saying this in the green room as well to you, Rich, and a few others. It feels like Anders is defending extremely aggressive in every game. I thought it was just because maybe he was chasing a game. I can't remember which exact one it was. It may have actually been against Emre Yilmaz.
Was it not Danny Pitbull as well? He
done the same thing,
very aggressive, yeah.
But even when he's winning, he's defending in that similar manner where he's high up the pitch, spamming off side traps, team press.
Usman Dembele, who's going to draw first blood in this blockbuster affair. Casillas forced into action early doors. The footwork plus play style there coming into effect, and a giveaway of the possession from the corner could allow Emre Yilmaz to counter-attack.
Yeah, and Salma, she's rapid.
Quite literally and figuratively, with the play style there being activated. Recycling possession, waiting for that opportunity to maybe punch the ball with the ping pass plus play style into an attacking player. Nick O'Reilly taking over from left back. And what looked like a potential quick counter-attack has been slowed down drastically. Chance still here for Emre Yilmaz. Jude Bellingham inside the box. Bruiser comes in and Anders defends. You're not too happy with that.
Yeah, I'm going to be a bit critical on Emre there. It felt too passive.
You used to him just going.
Yeah, and it's just allowing Anders to set up defensively.
Snapshot from Kike Nazareth with the finesse. He's player locked off the header there, but Lacroix simply too physical in the air. Maybe a runner off the ball here. It looks like Salma, but Mark Pubil once again with Emre Yilmaz steps in and defends well.
Oh, you see what I mean with the aggression though? It worked out. Stepping with Maldini so intentfully there, and he does really well, but it could have easily worked against him.
Runner on the bottom side of the pitch is Salma. Looks like a double tap. Lacroix once again called into action. Feels very nervy. Now we're not in groups anymore.
Yeah.
Now that the bigger results maybe. Emre Yilmaz was never going to go out in the groups, was it? It was always going to sneak through, whether he was first or 24th, as Anders Vergang draws first blood for Team Falcons in this round of 24 bracket play matchup.
But if that was a little gesture over the top of the monitor to Emre Yilmaz and the crowd. This is a big game and he knows it.
Just looking across the other matches here to keep you up to date with everything you might have missed. RVP Legend 1-0 up against Umut. Levi David 1-0 up against D. Fernandez. And Paulo Neto 2-0 up against Luke Wijneveld. Emre, couple of ball roll scoop turns down the byline. Is there an option to cut back? Couple of step overs. That's a little bit more direct from Emre.
And that's the angle that he loves, that some people, when defending, you sort of give it up a little bit.
Going to bounce nicely. Cannons off Maldini's chest and another corner for Emre. It's been a 22 minutes of pretty end-to-end, but half chances at the moment. Not the 8-7 goal-scoring bonanza we saw in the groups between these two.
Dembele.
Nazareth from 12 yards, slots the penalty home. Anders wants some more noise from those Team Falcons fans that were just making all the noise for MS Dasari. And now he looks a little bit more comfortable.
Yeah, you can see now the smiles come out. And he's gesturing towards the crowd to give a little bit more. And again, another celebration towards Emre Yilmaz, who knows.
Is he playing the numbers there, Emre? It's a guaranteed goal.
Yes.
You take the penalty,
and just
you've got a higher chance of scoring, saving it.
Yep. If he saved it, he would have looked a genius, and he could have gone down the other end to make it 2-1.
Yeah.
But now, Lecroix's been crazy good, by the way. That's a few times he's managed to muscle off an attacker in that position.
It's so fascinating, because that's just not something I would ever do. Just slide in the box there.
It's because you know you're not going to get a red card from it.
Yeah.
Unless, obviously, they're on a yellow before that.
Anders looks like he's very comfortable now as well.
He said it in an interview a couple days ago where, I'll hold that thought for a second actually. Let's jump on over to see a replay between Levi David and D. Fernandez. We haven't seen any of this game so far. Low-driven finish from Musiala. We jump straight back into Anders almost getting an opportunity again.
Yeah, we might be jumping around a couple more games if Anders continues where he's going here. Because right now, Umut 1-1 versus RVP Legend. Paulo Neto 2-1 against Luke. Here is the equalising goal from Umut. Perfect timing. And D. Fernandez Levy is 2-2. So all the games other than our featured match, pretty tight at the moment. Scott McTominay trying to drive Emre Yilmaz forward. Jude Bellingham, is there an option there? Back to the Scotsman.
It just really feels like second guessing at every opportunity for Emre. When he's around the box.
It doesn't look decisive.
Yeah, it's like, oh crap, he's worried about Anders cutting the lane because he's defending aggressively, or the second man press, putting a lot of pressure on the person in possession. It's not been traditional Emre Yilmaz.
And in the nicest way possible, it doesn't look like Emre Yilmaz playing right now. Someone who has been so decisive, so direct when we've seen him. He always most shots, most chances created. They're the stat lines that we expect from him. Ousmane Dembele cuts it back. That's more like it.
Yep. That's something he needed. But you won't see him flinch at all. He knows there's a long way left in this game and he's going to have to take it up a notch or two.
It is a confidence builder, though. Let's have a look at what else is happening. RVP Legend goes 2-1 up against Umut. Dreaming back to our live game here. Could be a chance here for Anders Vergang just on the approach to half-time. Ousmane Dembele! Emphatic at the near post.
I'm going to say, if there was a time where it would feel really horrible to concede for Emery, it would have been straight from kickoff or just before half-time. Either one would have been, obviously, crucial moments in the game. Because if he goes in at 3-1, 3-2, anything can happen. It still can come back, of course, but now Anders will start to believe even more.
And just look at those shots there. You saw Anders Vergang, you saw Emery Yilmaz, see what was in the front? The winner's going to crush the other's key.
That's gifting away.
Seen a lot on social media over this last year or so. Team Falcons, Team Bullet, Liquid.
There's been a lot of talk from Anders as well with the way he's responded.
Is there a bigger decisive pull than crushing your closest competitor's key?
And the thing is, if he wins this, next game is against Manu. If he does back-to-back, sick.
There's a world in which it could be a Team Liquid.
Oh, dear. Hold on.
Entire run here for him, with Levy and Paolo Neto also in this side of the bracket. Let's have a look at what you might have missed. TP of Paolo Neto. He goes 4-1 up. Looking to join Manu Bachore in the round of 16. Anders Vergang, 5-1, off his chair. The 2024 world champion, the 4-time major winner this season, is looking to add a 5th.
And he